Good evening, everybody. Ryan Isley for cleveland.com and Friday Night Huddle from a soggy Conway Memorial Stadium at Walsh Jesuit High School, where the Walsh Jesuit Warriors will take on the Padua Bruins tonight at 7 o'clock. I'll have more throughout the night, so keep checking back on Friday Night Huddle.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Sabo. I'm here for the Friday Night Huddle as the Solon Comets roll into Jerome Osborne Stadium to take on the Menor Cardinals tonight. It's a big rivalry game, and it starts at 7 o'clock.
Hi, I'm Tim Billick of cleveland.com and the Friday Night Huddle here at Stan-Scotian Stadium in Independence, where the rain has stopped and we're getting ready for some CBC Valley Division football tonight as 4-1 Independence hosts 5-0 Kirtland.
Hey, this is Matt Gould for cleveland.com, coming from Bedford Bearcat Stadium, where Notre Dame Cathedral Latin, with a 4-1 record, opens North Coast League Blue Division play against Benedictine. The Bengals enter this one with a 1-4 record, so this is it's an important game for playoff points. Benny is currently 23rd in Division III, Region 10, while NDCL is 5th in Division IV, Region 13.
Welcome inside the Friday Night Huddle. I'm Dave Bacon. You met some of our reporters braving the weather tonight, out and about, and we have a ton of games to cover, along with Dan Lobby from cleveland.com, Chris Fedor from cleveland.com. I'm Dave Bacon. Welcome inside the Friday Night Huddle. Let's take a look at the games that we will be covering. You've heard of some of them. You've seen the faces of the guys that will be covering them for us. You see an interesting small school matchup with Kirtland and Independence, NDCL and Benedictine, Highland and Aurora, Padua against Walsh Jesuit, Midview Westlake. One to really keep your eye on is that Solon Menor game. Strongsville and Euclid, of course, the tragedy with Euclid, just nothing much more to say about that. And down south, Pickerington North and Reynoldsburg. Let's start with you, Chris Fedor. As you look at these, what game grabs your attention?
Now I'm looking at that Brecksville-Nordonia game because if you're looking at this one, it's basically the same thing that happened last year between the two teams. So Nordonia comes in 2-3, Brecksville comes in 5-0. It was the same situation as last year. Nordonia got the upset, went on a roll, made it to the playoffs. Just so many parallels between last year's meeting between the two teams and this year's meeting. This is a game that Nordonia absolutely has to have if they're going to springboard back into the playoff picture the way they were able to do so last year.
Well, and that 2-3 record is a little misleading.
Right.
They lost to Stowe.
Yep.
No harm in that. They lost to Hudson. So it's been a very tough beginning of the season for Nordonia. That's a team that lost their entire offensive line, still has some of the skill position guys that got them to the D2 state championship game a few years ago. So it'll be interesting to see. Well, let's check in with Dan Lobby. Dan, which one of those games grabs your attention?
I've got to say Solon and Menor. First of all, same region in Division I. Menor, what did Coach Trevisano say, guys? They have to win out if they want to make the playoffs. Yep. So how do they respond? A 41-0 win over Shaker Heights. And now they're playing one of the teams in front of them. They're playing one of the teams that I think right now you would say is probably a better team than them. So this is a big chance for Menor to prove that they can make the playoffs still in Region 1. And for Solon, look, they've taken good teams up to Menor and gotten beat up before. So this is a good test for that team too.
Yeah, if Solon is able to beat Menor, I don't know that Menor is eliminated, but what it does is even if Menor wins out, they may not get in. They need some help if they lose that football game without question. The one that really grabs my attention, it's a battle of 4-1 teams. When you look at Highland and Aurora, those are two teams from the Suburban League, rivals. Aurora went to Highland a year ago, and the Hornets got them. They beat them, a big game on Thursday night. They came away with a couple big plays and got the win. You can be sure the Green Men remember that. Both of those teams, both Highland and Aurora, lost in Week 1. Both have reeled off 4 straight wins. So that's the one that I kind of have my eye on. It's kind of a measuring stick game. Whoever loses that still well within the realm of making the playoffs, but they'll have some work to do. And conversely, you beat a 4-win team in Week 5, you're going to get a bump up in those computer points without question.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a chance to talk a lot about Aurora last week and what they kind of bring to the table. Bubba Arslanian, of course, Matt Gostin, the way that they play. And every time, whenever you play Aurora, especially when you play them in Aurora, It's a chance to prove yourself. You go into an established place, a chance to kind of prove that your team, that Mike Gibbons has his team going in the right direction.
And Mike Gibbons' young coach took over for Tom Lombardo, their brother-in-law, so kind of kept it, and he's really kept it going. I mean, Tom Lombardo built that into a perennial playoff team. Mike Gibbons has just kind of kept that flow going and added his touch a little bit. When you've got that success, you don't try to change a whole lot, and he hasn't. Points to him. He's kept what's been successful, tweaked it a little bit, and 4-1 and looking good.
It's something that we talked about last week, guys, is you got to find out who you are. You got to find out the kids that you have in your program, and you got to stay true to that. And you got to find an identity, and you got to continue to go to that identity and play players in spots where they can maximize that ability of what you're looking for them to do. And both these teams, it would seem like one of them maybe a little bit further along than the other, but both these teams feel like they have an idea of who they are at this point in the season.
Now, you, Chris, you touched on the Nordonia-Brecksville game. It's important to note, Brecksville 5-0.
Yes.
You can only play the teams that are on your schedule. But Nordonia is the biggest challenge they'll face through the first 6 weeks of the season.
Yeah, and you mentioned Nordonia. Sometimes you look at records, guys, and they can be very, very deceiving. You see 2 and 3, and you say, I don't know, is this team really a team that could make a leap into the playoff picture? But you mentioned it at the beginning, Dave. If you talk about some of their losses, Stowe, Hudson, and then undefeated Bedford, a team that has been one of the better teams, under the radar teams this year. There's your 3 losses.
They're 14-1. Their combined records are 14-1. Stowe's 5-0, Bedford's 5-0. Both those teams are ranked in the top 5 in the state in their respective divisions. And of course, Hudson's 4-1, and they're starting to creep into the state rankings as well.
Right, and if you think about Nordonia, just the fact that they front-loaded that schedule the way that they did, it now gives them an opportunity. If they get this one tonight against Brecksville, just like they did last year against Brecksville, they would probably be feeling, you can't overlook anybody, everybody understands that, but they would probably be feeling like, exhale, we've gotten through the tougher part of our schedule, where on the other side, if the Bees lose this one, they know what's coming up in their schedule, and it's going to be really, really tough for them if they don't get this one.
It's kind of the reverse, because the teams that Nordonia has already played, that's who's waiting for Brecksville.
Stowe and Hudson back-to-back at the very end of the season, the way that it usually is for the Bees. So this is one that they probably have to get in order to make the playoffs.
Dan, you mentioned the Solon game against Menor. That's always one of the most entertaining games.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's 2 traditional powers, right, in the area going against each other. And there are all kinds of playoff implications because, look, for Menor, they've got to keep winning to get into the playoffs. But, in a way, so does Solon, because they're only sitting at 5th. You don't want to start losing games. You don't want to start losing that momentum. You lost to Stowe a few weeks back. You kind of regained that momentum. You'd hate to go up to Menor and kind of lose that and find yourself back in that situation where you're scrapping every single week and you're fighting every single week to stay in the playoff picture. You have a chance to kind of knock one of the teams that could come up and replace you out tonight if they can pick up that win. So this is kind of like a playoff game for Solon.
The interesting thing about Division I, Region 1 right now, in those top 8 spots, 4 teams are from the Federal League. And those teams are going to be playing each other, knocking each other off, missing opportunities to get wins that will add points at various weeks because they're playing each other. Solon does have an unbeaten Medina team later in their schedule, and that's the reason I say, and Coach Trevisano don't want to hear it. He's already said they need to win out. But if they should stumble and not beat Solon, and they can come back and beat Medina, they need some help from some of those teams that have a couple losses in the Federal League to knock teams out of that top 8.
Yeah.
Still could happen. Easiest way to do it, though, win. Just win, baby.
Take care of your own business.
Exactly.
Just not the position that you want to be in, especially when you're talking about loaded Division I, Region 1, where you've got St. Ignatius, you've got St. Ed's, you've got those kinds of teams, Solon, the same thing, all fighting for 8 spots. They're probably, at the end of the year, you can probably look at Division I, Region 1 guys, and you can say, wow, 14 teams probably deserve to go to the playoffs from that group. They only get 8.
And you know what? It's going to come down to, games like the Menor-Solon game, without question.
Yeah, and you kind of look outside of that 8. We've already mentioned Menor, right? St. Ignatius is sitting at 9th. Austintown Fitch is sitting at 10th. that region is loaded in the top 8, but then it's loaded too in those teams that are racing to climb up those rankings each and every week.
And the interesting thing is St. Ignatius, they're sitting at 9, but they've got Parma tomorrow. That's a 4-win team. They've got Moeller coming up, Xavier coming up. If they win, they're going to end up being up near the top and getting home games in the first week, without question.
Yeah.
All right, we've talked a little bit about the Federal League. There's a couple interesting matchups. McKinley taking on Uniontown Lake. McKinley's a team that lost in week 1 to Hoban. No harm in that. Hoban's a really good team. They've reeled off 4 straight wins, and they had their streak of scoring 50 points in a game, 3 straight games, snapped last week. They only scored 28. They won 28-8.
Right. And they beat Uniontown Lake last year, 28-14, and we're talking about a team that has tested themselves early on in the season, Canton McKinley. They were playing against Hudson. They're down 14-0 against Hudson, and they turn it on, and they score 51, and they win 51-24. So that's what Canton McKinley is capable of. You've got D1 kids at that program, and even if they're down in games, they've got the fireworks offensively to be able to handle basically anybody in Division I. They have certainly proven that over the years.
Well, one of the things that we do here is we involve our student reporters. We have a student reporter at Canton McKinley, Canton City Schools channel on cable, and our Darian Burton had a chance to talk with Dan Reardon to preview the game with Uniontown Lake.
This Friday night, the Bulldogs traveled to Blue Streak Stadium to take on Lake. Both teams entered the game with identical 4-1 records. What are some of the major challenges for your team this week?
Well, Lake is they're a blue-collar football team. They like to run the ball. They're not real fancy. I mean, they take pride in what they do. They're physical. They run the ball well. They play good, sound, fundamental defense. And, I think that's what they prided their program on over the years. Last year, it came down to the fourth quarter. We had two goal line stands in the fourth quarter to keep them out, and we're able to hold on to the win as a result of that. So, I got to believe that they're thinking that they should have won last year, and they're going to come in highly motivated, and we're expecting a slugfest. That's the type of team they are.
Of course. Okay, the team has only committed 5 turnovers on the season, opposed to y'all forcing 10 turnovers. Tell me how serious you take taking care of the ball.
Well, I think our guys have done a good job of taking care of the football, and anytime you do that, you have a chance to win. When you win the turnover margin, that is the highest statistic that correlates to winning. And if you just look at data over the years, that's what correlates more than anything. So we preach it. Again, our defense, I think, is a very opportunistic defense that we blitz and apply pressure in a number of ways, and some of the guys in the back end benefit. Because they get some errant throws when the quarterback's scrambling and things like that. So it's something we take pride in. I think our offense has done a good job taking care of the football as well.
Of course. This is now a 4-game win streak for the team. Tell me how you and the team have been approaching every game since the first loss.
Well, we talk a lot about just being a great practice football team, and it's something where we're still looking for that perfect week of practice where we have all sides, offense, defense, special teams, all 3 of the phases just playing very well, practicing hard and practicing consistently. We've had some weeks where we've been 3 out of 4 days or 2 out of 4 days, but we're still looking for that, just from start to finish, Monday through Thursday, everybody having a great week. And that's something that we challenge our guys every week. And I'm seeing a lot of individual growth, and soon that's going to translate into team growth.
Exactly.
Want to thank Darian Burton. Well done, Darian. We want to encourage other student reporters to get in touch with us and become one of our student reporters. You can do that. You see the phone number if you want to get involved. We are encouraging students to be part of the Friday Night Huddle. Important to note, I want to piggyback off of that conversation about Uniontown Lake. Uniontown Lake undefeated until they ran into Jackson a week ago. Jackson, the top-ranked team in Division I, Region 1, 23-13. Jackson beat Uniontown Lake, and they did it by shutting down that running attack.
Yeah. I mean, they had 87 yards on 27 carries. That's just not Uniontown Lake football. They want to be physical. They're not going to out-athlete most teams, but they know who they are. They're going to be tough. They're going to be physical in the trenches, and they're going to try and lean on that running game. And when that running game's not going, it certainly makes things difficult for the offense, but it makes things difficult for the defense as well. And look, I mean, when you lose to a team the caliber of Uniontown Lake losing last week, there's no harm in that sort of thing. But the key is now find a way to bounce back and get this one against Canton McKinley if you can.
Yeah, and I think when a defense makes you one-dimensional, it's harder to go from being a traditional running team to a passing team, if that's not kind of what you've been doing all along. And, for Lake, they kind of had to try and make that transition. I'm sure Canton McKinley going to do the same thing. They're going to try and take away that run, use that athleticism on defense, see if they can stop them without loading the box. That's the first step. And then they can kind of just take away everything.
Look, Uniontown Lake, guys, was trailing 23-6 midway through the third quarter. That's just not a place where Uniontown Lake can be. That's not how they can win games. There are teams, Canton McKinley being one, they can go down by 14, 17 and feel like it's fine. We've got the offense to make up this sort of thing. It's fine. We've got the passing game to make up that sort of thing. But when it's 23-6, when Uniontown Lake gets down that much midway through the third quarter, that's almost the equivalent to another team being down 21-24, something like that.
We're going to stay in the Federal League, and a different game, though. We've got another student reporter. Hoover taking on Perry. The Panthers played in the Division II state championship game a season ago. Alex Porter is our student reporter with the Hoover Vikings. Alex, take it away. All right, so we'll try to get back with Alex. Again, Hoover taking on Perry. That's another one of the Federal League games. Also, you got Massillon-Jackson, that team that's number one in Division I, Region I, taking on Glen Oak. And Glen Oak is a team, they lost their quarterback early in the season in actually a game I saw against Massillon. Tate Rhodes injured, out for the year. They switched J.J. Oliveira, wide receiver, over to quarterback. They lost to Massillon in that game. But since then, they've run off a couple of good wins against very good teams.
And they've really kind of been doing it with their defense. They gave up 12 points against Buchtel. They shut out Hoover, and then they gave up 20 points against Green, which isn't great, but they scored 49 in that game. So you're going to give up some points if you score big sometimes. So that's going to be the key. When you don't have your starting quarterback, that defense is going to have to step up.
And they're running the ball very effectively. Elijah Ladson, big physical running back, getting it done for the Glen Oak Golden Eagles. So
yeah, I mean, if you look at that defense for Glen Oak, 9 of 11 starters back from the team from last year. And you mentioned Elijah Ladson. We're talking about 7.2 yards per carry, something along those lines. I mean, imagine being a quarterback, whoever it is, just stepping into that situation and saying, hey, big fella, here you go, and he's going to get 7 every single time. It really does take pressure off whoever that quarterback's going to be.
all right, well, we had mentioned another Federal League game, Hoover taking on Massillon-Perry. I think we've got Alex Porter lined up this time, our student reporter from Hoover High School. Take it away, Alex.
Hi, I'm Alex Porter on behalf of Time Warner Cable Sports and North Canton Hoover High School Broadcast Video Journalism Program. I'm at the game of the North Canton Hoover Vikings facing off the Perry Panthers. The Vikes come into this game at a record of 3-2 in league play. They are 0-2 in the Federal League, and the Perry Panthers are 3-2 coming into this game with an 0-1 record in the Federal League. The Vikes' past 2 games have been rough, losing to the McKinley Bulldogs 28-0, and then the Glen Oak Golden Eagles 28-8. They have given up a combined 56 points in those 2 games and have only scored 8 points. And this will be a very great matchup between the Perry Panthers and the North Canton Hoover Vikings.
All right, well done, Alex Porter. Very good broadcast department over at North Canton Hoover High School. So he's one of our student reporters. We're hoping the Vikings send us a couple more. Nice job, Alex. Important to note, Hoover started off pretty strong, and as Alex alluded to, they've struggled as of late. And again, Perry runs a wing tee offense with Coach Keith Wakefield. He was there in the 80s and 90s, left, came back, made it all the way to the state championship game. You know what you're going to get when you face the Perry Panthers. You better play disciplined assignment defense, or that wing tee will kill you.
You know what you're going to get, but you don't know what you're going to get.
You don't know how to stop it.
You don't know who's going to get the football. You don't know where they're going to be coming from. So, it's got to be a week of just discipline, right? Just teaching your defenders how to be disciplined. it's kind of like basketball, right? You match everybody up. Stay on your man. Don't over pursue. Just keep them in front of you. Don't try and do too much.
And I think this is the interesting thing when it comes to Hoover going into tonight's game. So coming off a loss against Canton McKinley. However, their head coach, Brian Baum, he seems, I guess, excited about the progress that they've made at the beginning of the season and feels like they're close. He said after the game, after the loss against McKinley, quote, "There were a lot of positives. We just need to get over that hump." So you feel like going into this one, even though you're coming off a loss against McKinley, there are things that Hoover can build on and maybe implement in tonight's game against Perry.
Yeah, without question. One of the games we touched on was the Menor-Solon game, Division I, Region 1. Big game for the Menor Cardinals. We've got Jeff Sabo from Comet Productions. He follows the Solon Comets. Jeff, take it away.
Good evening, everybody. We're just about ready for kickoff as the Solon Comets, they are on the road. They are taking on the Menor Cardinals here tonight. This is a big rivalry. Menor leads the all-time series 12-10 against the Solon Comets. However, last season the Comets at home pulled off a 42-35 victory. And this Menor Cardinals team, they don't forget losses like that. And with the playoff points on the line tonight and with the home field advantage, they're going to be looking to rebound and looking to take another victory from the Comets. However, you take a look at this Solon team, they are on a roll. 4-1 already on the regular season. Joe Bubonic's in at quarterback, completing over 70% of his passes. Thomas Wilkes in the backfield, 10 touchdowns on the year. He's the leading rusher for the Comets. Also keep an eye out for Taj Ward, leading receiver for the Comets, and Daryl Sinclair, leading punt returner and also the second leading receiver for the Comets. This is going to be a good matchup.
Well done, Jeff Sabo reporting, and we'll check in with Jeff during the course of the evening. That game one we're going to keep an eye on, obviously. Menor Cardinals need that one taking on the Solon Comets, Solon 4-1 on the year. Menor 2-3, but again, brutal schedule for Menor. You know, those losses are to St. Ignatius, St. Xavier, and also to Euclid in a shootout.
And something about that Solon defense that stands out because they're going against a team that loves to pass the football and is going to throw the football a lot.
Coin toss for the Cardinals and the Comets out at Jerome T. Osborne Stadium.
Last week, Solon held Noah Mitchell, who's a pretty good quarterback, to 9 of 27 for 100 yards.
That defense is outstanding.
Yeah.
Linebackers play sideline to sideline. The front guys get pressure on it. The backs back in the back half are athletic enough, and they're going to need to be athletic because Solon will run that spread. So
I want to go back to something that Jim McQuaid said, the head coach for Solon, after last week's win against Euclid. He made it known right there after the game, before even Saturday, that we know Menor is always a good team. It seemed like he felt like he had to put that in the minds of all of his players, because maybe as a player you start to look at that record and you say 2-3, and then maybe as a player, as a senior class, there were some losses that they wanted to avenge from last year. They wanted to beat Aurora. They did that at the beginning of the season, and they wanted to beat Euclid, a team that beat Solon last year. They did that last week. So I think that was Jim McQuaid's way of saying, I know you wanted to get that Aurora game. I know you wanted to get that Euclid game. That was circled on your calendar. But this Menor team, don't overlook the Cardinals.
No, and again, you know, that 2-3 record, again, it's extremely misleading.
Yeah.
St. Xavier, St. Ignatius, and Euclid? I mean,
Right.
come on. Those are really good teams.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely, exactly. And like you were saying, Chris, you know, okay, you reached your goals through 5 games. We're not trying to play 5 games.
Right.
We're trying to play 11 games, 12 games. We're trying to play 15 games here. So, okay, great job. Take a minute to enjoy it. But yeah, Menor, they're still Menor.
We'll shift gears real quickly. We mentioned Aurora. That's a team. This game's kind of an interesting game against Highland. You can be sure, much like Solon was looking at that Week 1 game where Aurora got them in Week 1, Aurora's looking at this Highland game because Highland got Aurora last year. Really surprised them, and they run that zone read, and they run it very well. It's something Tom Lombardo started, and Coach Gibbons has continued it. And again, you better be disciplined, and you better stay and know what you're doing against that zone read.
Well, and how about this Highland defense? 2 shutouts, and then the game before that, they gave up 7 points. So teams are not scoring very much on Highland. And we know Aurora can score, but it's going to be. I think this could be a defensive battle. Who knows? Maybe I say that and they go out and it's a 42-35 game or something.
Right.
But
it's usually how it works.
These are 2 teams that play very good defense.
That falls into these are 17 and 18-year-old kids, and if you know what they're going to do, please tell me.
Exactly right.
Yep.
But to your point, Dave, I mean, Aurora's not used to getting got.
No.
They're not at all.
No.
So you know that there are always games that every single player has circled on the schedule for one reason or another. And this Highland one, the other thing is Highland's a playoff team right now.
Yeah.
If you look at where they're sitting in Division II, Region 6, they're right there at the number 7 spot. So I would say that Aurora doesn't need any extra motivation for this one.
I don't think either of these guys are going to be overlooking the other one. Time for us to step aside and take a quick timeout. We still have plenty more to go as we creep in on kickoff for those 7 o'clock games. We'll check back in with all of our reporters. They're all over the state of Ohio. Have some live look-ins as well. The Friday Night Huddle. Huddle up with us. You see the number if you want to get involved. And coin flips going on. The Bengals taking on the Lions. An NCL matchup as Notre Dame Cathedral Latin taking on Benedictine. We'll be back after a quick timeout.
Save the tax, save a bundle. This week at Mattress Warehouse. Save $900 on our best-selling Sealy Pillow Top with gel foam, just $4.99, and receive a discount equal to the sales tax and a free TV. In fact, save the tax and get a free TV with our most popular Sealy sets. Plus, get 5 years, 0% APR financing and same or next day delivery with qualifying purchases. Save the tax, save a bundle. This week at Mattress Warehouse.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal, so can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
We are a team. We are the playmakers. We are the game changers. We are the victors. We are the underdogs. And that's why we are football. We are high school sports.
Saturdays, after the big game, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is Ohio's destination for all things college football. Join Les Levine and Anthony Lima as they break down all the day's action. Listen in live on Coach Urban Meyer's news conference and take your calls on the road ahead for the Scarlet and Gray. More sports and Les Levine postgame. Saturdays after the game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome into the Friday Night Huddle. Benedictine and NDCL at Bedford's Bearcat Stadium. 4-1 NDCL taking on 1-4 Benedictine. And the Bengals win the toss and will get the football. So maybe it's a sign of good things to come for Carter Wheelow. First-year head coach of the Benedictine Bengals. They could really use one.
Yep.
Want to welcome you into the Friday Night Huddle. If you're joining us on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, if you're on cleveland.com, welcome back. We start at 6:30, a half hour earlier on cleveland.com. Dan Lobby, Chris Fedor, Dave Bacon, glad you joined us on the Friday Night Huddle. Guys, this is where playoff teams tend to separate themselves. Week 6 of the regular season, And, the contenders and the pretenders start to get separated.
Yeah, because everyone knows where they stand. Everyone has a decent idea of what they need to do to get to Week 11 at this point. The schedule isn't as daunting now. You got, 4 games left, so your way out to the playoffs, and one little slip up here could kind of change everything.
And for some programs, this is also where conference play begins.
Yes.
Yep.
And it's funny that you bring up the playoffs, because that's, for a lot of programs around Northeast Ohio, that's certainly the goal. That's what they want. That's what they aspire to be, a playoff team. At the same time, if you talk to most coaches around Northeast Ohio, guys, they'll tell you the same thing. Our first goal is win our own league. And for a lot of teams, conference play starts tonight, and for some teams that maybe have gotten off to a slow start, slower than they expected, a team like Benedictine that we saw the coin toss of, this is a way to kind of hit the reset button and think ahead to maybe trying to win a conference title.
Yeah, and, Carter Wheelo, first-year head coach there, comes into a tough situation. You graduated so many people that were there.
25 seniors.
Multiple but not only 25 seniors, guys that started for 3 years, 4 years, a 4-year starter at quarterback. Brian Scheffler, where'd he go? Bring him back. Let's see if he can play another year for us. So it's a building process, and I'm sure Carter Wheelo came over from Notre Dame College, where he was a running backs coach. I remember covering him at St. Ignatius, where he was running back. He's an outstanding player. He'll end up being a really good head coach for the Bengals.
And it's not like you're taking over a program that's starting from the bottom.
Correct.
Right? I mean, you're taking over a program with high expectations, coming off an absolutely great run with that group of players that you just mentioned. So it's not like he's going someplace that has never won before. So the expectations are always high at Benedict.
And to your point, he didn't run from those expectations, guys.
No.
He could have said, hey, look, this is my first year, graduated 25 seniors, lost one of the best receivers the program has ever had in Justin Lane, going to Michigan State, Dantes Rash, Ohio University. He could have said, hey, I lost too many guys. I'm going to set the bar really, really low. No, he came into this year, his first year at the program, and he says, our expectation, our goal is to make the playoffs and win the conference. We are, quote unquote, the home of champions. We're not running from that. We're going to keep that bar way up there.
And again, I think that speaks to where he comes from, because he was part of Chuck Kyle's program at St. Ignatius, where they embrace that. The only way to be a winner is to embrace expectations that are high. They do have a pretty good running back coming back into Cavalon Reese. They just got to get him healthy and running out and get him in some space, and good things generally happen for the Bengals.
Yeah, when you're already trying to replace 25 seniors that left, to have a guy that you were counting on get banged up, it just makes it that much more difficult.
And that was the problem for DeCavalon Reese last year. He was dealing with those injuries. It's been something that has plagued him since he's been there at Benedictine. This is a guy who left the game against Cleveland Heights, and you just, if you're a track guy and speed is your thing and game-breaking ability is your thing, any kind of ailment, it really can affect you, and it can carry into the next week, and the next week.
No, without question. Game's hard enough to play when you're healthy, let alone when you're banged up. Well, this is the time of our show every week when we take a look at the best 25. It is the Super 25, as told by cleveland.com, the best 25 teams in the state of Ohio, regardless of division.
McKinley marches into the Super 25 this week with 4 straight wins after an opening season loss. The Bulldogs check in at number 24 after a 28-8 win over North Canton Hoover in Federal League play. The Bulldogs are 1 spot in front of Hudson, also 4-1 on the year. The Explorers coming off a 31-0 shutout of North Royalton, Hudson's lone loss on the season to number 24 Canton McKinley. Mason also cracks the Super 25 at number 23 after a 34-14 win over Hamilton. The Comets play top-ranked Coleraine tonight. Columbus St. Francis de Sales also new to the Super 25 this week after an impressive 49-17 win over Covington Catholic. De Sales a big rivalry game with Waterson this week. And Massillon Jackson checks in at number 21. The Polar Bears 5-0 after their 10-point win over Uniontown Lake last week. The Solon Comets climb 3 spots to number 20 after they put up 33 points in a win over Euclid last week. The Comets face a dangerous Mentor team that needs to win to get back in their playoff groove. Hilliard Bradley had a perfect 5-0 checks in at number 19 after beating Thomas Worthington 42-17 a week ago. Dublin Scioto up next for Bradley. Fairfield, with a 4-1 record, is number 18 in our Super 25. They will face Sycamore this week. Trotwood Madison moves up a spot to number 17 after shutting out Greenville 44-0 a week ago. The Avon Eagles move up to number 16. Mike Elder's guys improved to 5-0, beating Westlake 35-21 last week. They face Lakewood tonight. Cincinnati Elder has run off 4 straight wins after a Week 1 loss. The Panthers move up to number 12 by shutting out University Prep a week ago. They face St. Xavier, a top 5 team, tonight. Dublin Kaufman checks in at number 15. They're 4-1 on the year and getting ready for Marysville. Moeller drops 9 spots to number 14 after their 7-point loss to St. Xavier. No time to worry about that. The Crusaders are getting ready for another top GCL team, LaSalle, tonight. 4-1, St. Ignatius moves up a spot to 13 after shutting out Walsh Jesuit last week. They play Parma tomorrow night. And Pickerington Central, who lost a tough one to Upper Arlington 35-29 in overtime a week ago, drops 2 spots to number 11. They face Gahanna tonight. Time for the top 10. Hoban stays at number 7. They shut out arch rival Akron St. Vincent St. Mary 24-0 a week ago. The Knights will play Lake Catholic tonight. 5-0, Upper Arlington moves up 5 spots to number 10. After that overtime win over Pick Central last week, they take on Westland this week. Unbeaten Olentangy Liberty moves up a spot to number 9 after a 5-point win over Pickerington North. Liberty faces Westerville Central this week. Toledo Central Catholic, with running back Michael Warren, moves up 3 spots to number 8 after an impressive win over Whitmer last week. And LaSalle from Cincinnati checks in at number 6. The Lancers are 3-2 after beating a very good Winton Woods team last week. No time to celebrate. They face number 14 Moeller tonight. On to our top 5. The Stowe Bulldogs stay at number 4. Stowe 5-0 on the season with an offense that's blowing up scoreboards. The Bulldogs put up 63 points in an impressive win over Nordonia last week. They face a very young Twinsburg team tonight. St. Xavier moves into the top 10 after beating Moeller 21-14 last week. The Bombers' brutal schedule continues. They face number 12 Elder tonight. St. Ed stays number 3 after an impressive win over Buchtel last weekend. The 4-1 Eagles face Naperville Central from Illinois this week. Wayne High School 4-0-1 on the year, stays second in the Super 25. They beat Northmont last week and will play another GWAC team, Centerville, tonight. And the number 1 team in our Super 25, it remains the Coleraine Cardinals. They scored 52 points, beating Sycamore a week ago. They'll get a test this week when they face the Mason Comets in a battle of Super 25 teams.
There you have it, the Super 25. Coleraine stays number 1. They looked pretty good last week.
Yeah, it's really hard to argue with putting them number 1. I mean, I guess somebody could call in at that number and try to make the argument, but frankly, I don't think anyone at this desk is willing to hear it.
No, and you know, the impressive thing about the Cardinals is their starting quarterback, Ladecker, has been banged up pretty much all season. So they're doing it with a sophomore at quarterback.
Right.
So imagine when the senior gets healthy, how good that team will be.
It's one of those situations where when you start a team that high, something has to happen for you to want to move that team off or justify moving that team off the top spot. And nothing has happened yet when it comes to that. As you mentioned, this is a team that can afford to lose a guy at quarterback, lose a running back, because they have so many other pieces that are willing to step up. And we talked last week, guys, about, are you a team, are you a program? That's how you know you have a program. You can lose your starting quarterback, one of the guys that you were counting on, one of the most important pieces of your offense, and you still just roll along.
They're definitely a program, the Coleraine Cardinals. Well, another program, the Aurora Greenmen taking on the Highland Hornets. Let's take a look at the opening kickoff. Highland and Aurora. Told you the Aurora Greenmen had this one circled. Take a look at Gavin Blunt. Gavin Blunt finds a seam, Gavin Blunt takes the opening kickoff to the house. That's the way you start a game you want to win. You return the opening kickoff, and the Greenmen jumping up and down at Veterans Stadium as they take the opening kickoff back for a touchdown. 7-0. Aurora leading Highland after the opening kickoff in Aurora.
Gavin Blunt, last season, led the team in catches, receiving yards, touchdown catches. You can just go through the list of talented guys. I don't even think we mentioned him last week when we were doing Aurora highlights. We were talking about the quarterback, Mac Austin, and, of course, Bubba Arslanian. But, Gavin Blunt just kind of reminded everybody, hey, I'm pretty good, too.
And if you're a team like Highland, boy, is that a shock to the system, right?
Yeah.
First play, opening kickoff. Oh.
And you mentioned the defense has been pretty good, but now your special teams put you in a 7-0 hole. So how are you going to respond on the road against a very good football team? That's the question.
It puts a lot of pressure on your offense now to respond with a good drive coming back, because if you turn around and go 3 and out, all of a sudden Aurora's got the ball. They're grinding it out a little bit. They can go up by 2 scores.
Veteran Stadium's rocking.
Yeah, it just really changes things. Special teams is the wild card in every football game.
Let's head to the phones. Nate Klein joins us. Nate, give us an update. What's going on, Nate? Nate, are you there? Nate Klein. All right, we will check back in. We'll get that straightened out as we try to connect with Nate Klein. He is at the Highland Aurora game. Sent us the highlights of the opening kickoff, return for a touchdown. But again, I think the thing you want to do if you're Highland is just kind of slow the momentum of that game down. Anytime you give up a huge play like that, you don't want it to snowball and become 2 series, 3 series. And then all of a sudden you look up and it's like, boy, we're in a hole.
Yeah, a play like that also shows why Aurora's been around and being into the playoffs for a number of years, because it's a complete team. We talked last week so much, guys, about the offensive side of the ball with Mac Austin and Bubba Arslanian. Defensively, Aurora's been great. And now you talk about throwing special teams in the mix as well. This is a team that can beat you in so many different ways, and it just goes to show why Aurora is always in the conversation when you have any conversation about D2 Region 5.
Well, and they've made the playoffs 11 straight years, and the Greenmen, it's starting to snowball for the Aurora Greenmen. Let's head back out to Veterans Stadium and Aurora and take a look as the Greenmen offense getting it done as well, as we take a look at the highlights with the Aurora Greenmen. From Veterans Stadium. They get the ball deep, and it's Mac Austin, the quarterback, breaking a tackle and getting into the end zone. They converted a 2-point conversion as well. So Aurora, an early 15-0 lead on Highland before people are probably in their seats over at Veterans Stadium. So I told you the Greenmen didn't set well when the Greenmen went to Highland and lost that game a year ago. And they're getting after it in a hurry this year.
Yeah, and again, now for Highland, didn't we just talk about this, right? That 1-score lead turns into a 2-score lead quickly. But that being said, for Highland, 48-minute game, right? Sure. A game isn't necessarily lost in those first few minutes, but it can be if you go out there and you try to be a team that you're not. It's too early to start getting out of character if you're Medina Highland in this situation.
And the other thing for Highland, and it may seem small, but they can look and they can say, hey, look, Barberton scored 28 against Aurora last week. Solon scored 36 against Aurora in week 1. 2 teams got over that 15-point mark, the only 2 that have gotten over that 15-point mark against Aurora, but it has happened before, so let's just continue to rely on our offense and see if we can try and make a game of this thing. Get a first down first, maybe get some points on the board second, and then go from there.
Let's head to the phone and check. Actually, let's check in with Bill Mayville. Bill Mayville will give us a preview of the Nordonia-Brecksville game.
Hey everyone, Bill Mayville checking in from Bolian Stadium with a quick game preview for tonight's game between the Brecksville-Broadview Heights Bees and the Nordonia Knights. Brecksville-Broadview Heights brings in a 5-0 record. They're averaging over 40 points per game. They're giving up an average of 22 points per game. While on the flip side, Nordonia comes in at 2-3. They're averaging around 33 points per game scored and giving up around 45 points per game. The question tonight will be, can Nordonia slow down the Brecksville Broadview Heights offense, and can they score enough to keep up with the Bees throughout the game?
All right, Bill Mayville, and you know, the interesting thing is going to be that battle up front in that game, I think, without question.
And Bill also said, can Nordonia keep up with Brecksville? Brecksville, the explosive offense. You look at what they did against Twinsburg in Week 5. Luke Sternad, the quarterback, 371 yards passing, 5 touchdowns. They scored 48 in that win against Twinsburg. And Nordonia was not able to keep up last week against Stowe. They trailed 35-0 at halftime, couldn't get any momentum, couldn't get any confidence. So that's something that I think the Knights are going to have to avoid, is getting down an early hole against that explosive Bees attack, because it's going to be hard to crawl out of that one. I think Bill hit on it. That is one of the key questions for the Knights, is whether they do have enough offense.
And it'll be interesting. Luke Sternad probably has this game circled. He got banged up and injured against Nordonia a season ago, so you can be sure he wants to get back and get a piece of the Knights. Let's head to the phones. Now let's check in with Nate Klein. Nate is at the Aurora and Highland game. Nate, give us a little update. Aurora getting after it pretty quickly. Nate, are you there? All right. Having trouble getting a hold of Nate.
It's everybody in that stadium trying to send out highlights of what Aurora's doing.
So Aurora getting after it and getting it done. We'll check in with Nate when we get that solved. You look at the Nordonia and Brecksville game. I think the start of this game is going to be very important as well. Just Nordonia isn't the type of high-flying offense necessarily that can score in a hurry. Certainly they have playmakers, but Brecksville, a team that can put up, you pass and you score and you get big plays. That's more Brecksville than Nordonia.
Yeah, and you look at Nordonia coming in with that 2-game losing streak. I mean, that you start to think about that a little bit if you fall behind, and you start to press a little bit, because we've talked about teams fighting for their playoff lives. Well, Nordonia is one of those teams, and if they were to beat Brecksville, that would obviously be big for them computer point-wise. So if they can come out and kind of put that losing streak behind them a little bit by starting strong, that would be enormous for them.
At the same time, guys, I think Nordonia, there's different things that different teams can look at going into any particular game, and every season's different. So what happened last year is not going to carry over into this year, and it's not going to guarantee anything. But Nordonia can look at this situation and say, look, we were in this spot last year. 1 year ago, we were 2-3 on the year. We were coming off back-to-back losses. We were going against Brecksville. Brecksville was 5-0. We beat the Bees, and we used that to springboard ourselves into the playoff picture. It's something that this Bees program can draw back on. And Nordonia can draw back on. All of these things that happened a year ago are things that you can draw back on, either gain motivation from or gain confidence from.
Yeah, and the other thing to note about Nordonia, they start a sophomore at quarterback, Robbie Levac. He's played very well.
Yep.
It really hasn't been the quarterback play. It's been more the line and the defense that have them at 2-3.
And he had 3 touchdowns last week.
Yeah.
So, they got beat up a little bit, but it was by a very good team.
Right.
He still managed to throw 3 touchdowns. They still managed to keep fighting. On the other side, it's interesting with Brecksville. They're 5-0, but the toughest part of their schedule is still to come. They've got Stowe in Week 9. They've got Hudson in Week 10. That's a tough way to finish. You don't want to start piling up losses before you get to those games.
You better have a cushion going into those 2 games.
Well, I mean, guys, if you think about it, last year for the Bees, they lost 3 games. And guess who? It was Nordonia, it was Stowe, it was Hudson. So Brecksville's probably sitting there right now tonight saying, if we get Nordonia tonight, that might be enough, even if we do lose to Hudson, even if we do lose to Stowe. That might be enough to get us into the playoff picture. The difference between us making the playoffs last year and missing the playoffs last year was this game tonight against Nordonia.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the mindset if you are the Brecksville Bees, without question. Let's shift gears a little bit. We'll go small school. You go Kirtland and Independence. Kirtland's one of those teams that, we've talked about it the first 2 weeks here. They're a program. Without question, they graduated a bunch of guys, and they do that every year, and they don't have a lot of flash they just play really good football and find a way to win football games.
You always know what you're going to get with Kirtland, don't you? They're going to turn and hand the football off a bunch. They're going to have a couple of guys that can just run against you. It's almost like a pass is a trick play for them. But they do manage to kind of hit a couple big plays down the field, and they can score so quickly as you go along. And they've got a sophomore in Joey Torek, 5'8", 140. He's going to be giving defenses nightmares this year, next year, the year after that. He's kind of that next guy up for Kirtland.
Well, let's see if we can connect on the phones with Nate Klein. Let's head back to check in with Nate Klein. He is at the Aurora Highland game. Nate, can you give us an update?
Hear me, guys?
Yeah, go ahead, Nate.
All right, awesome. Hey, 15-0, 3:32 left in the first quarter. Aurora jumped in the game early. I don't know if it's probably because they changed their uniforms at the start of the game. They went from the green to the black. Probably want to check out my Twitter account for that. But Gavin Blunt put the agreement up early in the game, and then afterwards the quarterback, Matt Lawson, punched it in from a 7-yard run. So they're striking early, and Aurora doesn't have. Highland doesn't have any answers yet.
Is the Aurora defense kind of shutting down that zone read that they like to run as well, Nate?
I think they're just a little confused. They're just not able to close up some of the holes that Aurora's making right now, and so it's just they're kind of confused. They got to figure out what they're going to do.
All right, Nate Klein, we will check back in with you, updating the Aurora and the Highland game, 15-0, Aurora leading in that Suburban League matchup.
If you're Highland, not the first team to be very confused at going up against Aurora. So again, it's about catching your breath. It's about trying to get yourself into the game. 14-0 is not the hole that you want to be in, especially on the road with Aurora wearing special jerseys. Now you might say that doesn't mean much, but it does. And I was talking to a very notable NBA player this week that says uniforms matter a lot. So you might dismiss that whole Aurora changing the uniforms to black, but they say it. Look good, feel good, play good, and that's something that can give the crowd an extra boost, and it can give the players an extra boost.
Well, the players had that game circled because of what happened. Last week that was on a Thursday night, so it was a statewide game, and they came in and they surprised them. Let's take a look. Notre Dame Cathedral Latin and Benedictine, the Lions in field goal range. Gabe Burkett, take a look at that. 50 yards, and he drills it. Gabe Burkett, a 50-yard field goal for Notre Dame Cathedral Latin. So the defense for the Bengals holds, but a couple of field goals make NDCL a 6-0 lead. That 50-yard, pretty impressive.
Yeah, I would say so. That would have been good from, maybe only 52, but still impressive. A 50-yard field goal. That's to get that out of a high school kicker's leg. That is.
We would have taken big. That for the Browns. On any of the three, 50 yards would have put it in the win column. We're going to step aside and take a quick timeout here on the Friday Night Huddle. We'll be back. Plenty of updates from across the state. You're watching the Friday Night Huddle on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com. 50-yard field goal. How about that?
World Heavyweight Champion, Cleveland, and spokesman for Nature Stone. We'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
Crew SC Match Day. Every match, 30 minutes before the kick. Delivering everything fans need to know. With live reports, unmatched analysis, club news, and more. After After the game, stay here for Crew SC post-match. From the biggest moments to the road ahead, Crew SC Match Day and Crew SC Post-Match. Only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Save the tax, save a bundle. This week at Mattress Warehouse. Save $900 on our best-selling Sealy Pillow Top with gel foam, just $4.99, and receive a discount equal to the sales tax and a free TV. In fact, save the tax and get a free TV with our most popular Sealy sets. Plus, get 5 years, 0% APR financing and same or next day delivery with qualifying purchases. Save the tax, save a bundle. This week at Mattress Warehouse.
Solon and Menor, and Derek Kleinheinz has the punt blocked, and the Comets recover it. It leads to an 18-yard Joe Bubonic's touchdown run. 2-point conversion makes it 8-0 Solon, so special teams come up big for the Comets, and they put the Cardinals 8 points behind the 8 ball here in the first quarter.
Yeah, we saw it in Aurora, special teams, kickoff return. There you see a punt return or a punt block, and then it turns into an 18-yard touchdown run. And teams going for 2 tonight a lot.
That's the second one.
Yeah, Aurora did it. Solon did it. So teams kind of trying to make it a little more difficult after they score.
Well, when you're playing against Menor, you feel like you need points, as many points as possible with what the Cardinals are usually capable of. So why not go for 2? If you have a play you like, dial it up.
Absolutely. One play we always like, we're going to head to Bill Mayville on the phone. Bill is at the Brecksville-Nordonia game. Bill, give us an update. What's going on?
Hey, guys, we just reached the end of the first quarter. Nordonia has an early 7-0 lead. They scored on their opening drive. Took them 4 plays in less than 2 minutes, and they were in the end zone. But since then, the teams have traded interceptions and a couple punts. And right now we've got Nordonia's driving. They've got the ball inside the Brecksville. Looks like they just moved it inside the 10-yard line. They're threatening to score again.
Bill, are they running the football effectively? Is that how Nordonia's getting it done offensively?
You know, they've run the ball fairly effectively. They've had a couple penalties, call back a couple of runs, but they've actually hit a couple of big pass plays. The first play of the game, the first play from scrimmage, Levac hit a 68-yard pass to Ty Evans, and he got it down to the 2-yard line. Two plays later, and they were in the end zone. So they're kind of being pretty balanced so far.
All right, Bill Mayville giving us an update as Nordonia an early 7-0 lead. And Robbie Levac, he is a sophomore quarterback, been playing very well. Ty Evans is one of those skill position guys that I mentioned that played in the state championship game a couple years ago against LaSalle. So he's a big play threat. They switched him from running back predominantly to wide receiver. Definitely a big play threat for the Nordonia Knights. We're going to head back to the phones. Bryant Kaiser, he's at the Solon and Mentor game. Brian, give us an update. What's going on?
Joe Bubonic's went a 19-yard touchdown run for the Solon Comets, and they got the 2-point conversion. And we come into the end of the first quarter. Solon leads Mentor 8-0.
Hey, Brian, how has the Mentor offense been? That's going to be a key. Have they been able to move the football, or is that Solon defense getting it done?
Solon defense keeping them caged right now. There's not much they can do with the running game and the passing game. They basically have bottled up the Mentor Cardinals offense so far. Been 2 punts, 3 punts it out.
All right, how about Solon's offense? Are they doing anything, or is Mentor's defense kind of? We saw the special teams led to the one score.
The running back Wilkes from Solon, he already has 62 yards on the ground so far in this first quarter. So they've been at the red zone twice. Solon Comets. They failed on the first one, but they got the 19-year-old touchdown run by the quarterback.
All right, Bryant Kaiser, we will check back in with him. He is keeping us abreast of the Mentor Solon game, and Thomas Wilkes, first-year starter for the Comets. He's effective running the football. He's a perfect guy to add to Sinclair and Jake McCurry, the 2 wideouts, and Bubonic's. That offense has all the pieces to be extremely good.
26 for 63 carrying the ball last week, and he had 2 receiving touchdowns. So, a versatile guy, and you like to have that. And for Bubonics, who has been their backup quarterback and now is making that transition from defensive back to quarterback, it's good to have as many weapons as possible as he kind of, even though, like I said, he was their backup in years past, it's good to have weapons around him as he kind of learns that position still.
We're going to head back to the phones. Ryan Isley is covering the Padua and Walsh Jesuit game. Ryan, what's going on at Walsh Jesuit?
Hey, guys, we're heading towards the end of the first quarter. Just a couple of seconds remaining. But Padua just put the first points on the board about a minute ago with a 27-yard touchdown pass from Kevin Peterson to Brad Hall. It capped off a 95-yard drive for Padua. And to be honest, they went a lot more than 95 yards because once they got across the 50, there were about 5 plays in a row where there were penalties, most of them on Padua, and they kept moving backwards. We give them credit because their offense just kept churning and found the end zone.
And there is that touchdown pass from Kevin Peterson. 7-0, Padua leading Walsh Jesuit. You mentioned the 95-yard drive. How's Padua's defense doing against that Walsh Jesuit offense?
So far, so good. Tonight, the Padua defense has held Walsh Jesuit in check for the most part. Walsh is starting to drive now as we end the end the first quarter, and they were just helped with another Padua penalty. That seems like it's going to be the Achilles heel tonight for Padua. If they can't keep the yellow flags off the field, it's been a little bit chippy. The big guys inside on both sides seem to be talking a lot to each other and been called for a couple penalties. Like I said, late in the first quarter, it was a penalty fest. But Padua's defense so far has been able to hold this Walsh defense down. And vice versa, the Walsh defense until that 95-yard drive had looked very strong against this Padua defense, the Padua offense.
All right, Ryan Isley, we appreciate the update. We will check back in with Ryan. He will keep us abreast of the Padua and Walsh Jesuit game all night long.
And Padua is one of the better stories right now in Northeast Ohio. You look at a team that is 3-2 on the year, but that record, I would say, is deceiving. Showed in week 1 that they could hang with Brecksville, lose by 2 against Brecksville Broadview Heights. They lose by 4 against West Geauga in week 3, and this is a team in Padua goes 1-9 last season, first-year head coach stepping into that program, and now a team in Padua showing that they can play, they can make the steps necessary. They've got a tough schedule at the very end of the season with Hoban on the schedule, with Lake Catholic, NDCL is there. But even in a loss at the beginning of the season against Brecksville Broadview Heights, I think that was a learning experience. I think that was a confidence booster, and it seems like it has carried over.
Well, one of the other games that's going on is 5-0 Stowe taking on 1-4 Twinsburg. Our Gabriella Cruz has a preview. Gabby?
Gabriella Cruz here on the sidelines in Twinsburg as the Twinsburg Tigers are taking on the Stowe Bulldogs. It is homecoming here tonight for the Tigers. And Twinsburg, 1-4 this season, but they're dealing with a lot of young people on their team. A lot of guys who are still acclimating themselves to the varsity level after coming off playing freshman and junior varsity football. Coach Bell says he's seen a lot of development from these guys every week. Tonight, he wants them to play a full 48 minutes, pay attention to detail and fundamentals against a team as strong as the Stowe Bulldogs. Stowe, 5-0, they're looking just to stay competitive and stay physical as they've got big postseason hopes.
All right, Gabriella Cruz. Important to note, the Twinsburg Tigers, they're 1-4. Mm-hmm. The teams that they have lost to, they've lost to a couple of 5-0 teams and a couple of 4-1 teams. They've had a brutal beginning to the schedule, and they're very young and they're somewhat undersized on the offensive and defensive lines. But I know Coach Bell really likes his sophomore class. They're 10th graders, extremely talented, and that's kind of as you build this program. Keep your eye on the Twinsburg Tigers because the next couple of years they're going to be very good.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at it. Copley is 4-1. Solon is 4-1. Aurora is 4-1. Brecksville, we've talked about them. They're 5-0. Stowe tonight, undefeated. So, and not, they haven't been getting blown out in all these games. They've played some close games. They played Copley very close. They were in that game with Brecksville last week. This is good for them. If you've got a young team, this is good for them to play a schedule like this, to play the teams that ultimately they would like to be.
Yeah, there's no question about it. The Stowe Bulldogs right now are I mean, they're loaded. This is their year. They've been pointing to this year for a couple of seasons. They came a little bit earlier last year and advanced when this group of kids was basically the core of it were juniors, but this is the year they've been pointing to. Well, we've heard a lot from Veterans Stadium at Aurora, and the scoreboard at Veterans Stadium is kind of blowing up as the Greenmen facing Highland, and the Greenmen offense at it again. Mac Austin has a rushing touchdown. Mac Austin throws. It's Gavin Blunt breaking the tackle. Oh, look at the move by Gavin Blunt. Gavin Blunt's going to take it in for a long touchdown reception from Mac Austin, 61 yards. And the Aurora Greenmen now lead 22-0 over Highland. And I told you the Greenmen were looking at this one. They did not like the loss Thursday night to Highland at the Highland Gateway Tire Stadium, the new renovated one last year. That didn't sit well with the Greenmen.
And what you can't do in that situation, when a guy makes a short catch, you can't miss tackles.
Yeah.
You just simply can't. And you saw that Gavin Blunt, he's going to make you pay if you give him an opportunity. We saw that move he made in the open field. You got to tackle guys on those short passes.
How about those uniforms?
Ooh.
We had Nate Klein talking about those uniforms. Those are nice. Kids feeling pretty good in those uniforms tonight.
Well, you know, when you go out and take a 22-0 lead on a good program, everything feels and looks a little bit better.
They aren't taking those things off for the rest of the season.
Next year.
Yep. They may sleep in them.
That's exactly right. Wear them all the way through till next year.
If you're Highland, right now the thing you got to do is it's bit by bit.
Yeah.
First you got to get a first down, then another first down, then get on the scoreboard. And the thing you need more than anything right now is stops and don't panic.
And the other thing that Highland can look at here, despite the fact being down 22-0 against a great team like Aurora, Highland can say, hey, look, we scored 30 in week 2, 37, 48, 30. We have an explosive offense as well. And yes, we're playing against a defense that is different than some of the ones that we've seen in the last 4 weeks. But in the last 4 weeks, the lowest point total that Highland has had is 30. So leaning on that sort of thing, trying to come up with any kind of positive at this point in the game is something that's going to be very important for the Hornets.
We're going to check in one of our student stringers, Alex Porter from North Canton Hoover, sends us some video from North Canton Hoover, a Federal League matchup against Perry and the Vikings. Getting it done on the ground. Look at them fighting into the end zone. North Canton Hoover goes into Perry, and they have a 7-0 lead in the second quarter as Hoover trying to come away with a Federal League win, 7-0. The Vikings take the lead in the second quarter.
Turning the tables a little bit. If you remember last year, the 35-14 game, it was the other running game. It was 278 yards from Keyshawn Sims on the other side of things. So a little bit of giving them a taste of their own medicine right there.
Well, you know, the thing is if you play your lanes, play disciplined defense, that's what is needed against Perry. The fact that they have a 7-0 lead means the defense is staying in their lanes and they're not letting any of those big cutbacks and crazy runs from the wing tee of the Perry Panthers get to them.
Yeah, and listen, you know, he mentioned it in our pregame report. This is a team that has scored 8 points the last 2 weeks combined. They were shut out. They scored 8. Well, they've got 7 now, so that's a good start for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, that's the thing. You can't score 20 points at once. It's got to come 7 at a time or 3 at a time. So a good start for the North Canton Hoover Vikings, trying to get a win in the Federal League against Perry. Very good program, Perry.
And that's a way for the kids to respond to the coach, because the coach, after losing last week against Canton McKinley and losing back-to-back games, the coach, he stands up for his team. And he says, hey, look, we're close. We're right there. We feel really good. Despite the fact that we've lost 2 in a row, we feel like we're going in the right direction, and we're a few plays away. So how do you respond? You go out and you score early, and you have some kind of offense that you haven't had in the last couple of weeks.
Well, let's check back in. We let you know from Jerome T. Osborne Stadium, block punt led to an 8-0 Solon lead. The Menor Cardinals have answered. They always seem to. Let's take a look. Tadas Tatarunas, the quarterback, out of the shotgun. Fakes it, rolls out, and he finds Manning Trubisky for the touchdown. The Cards add the 2-point conversion, and look what we got, 8-8. Wouldn't expect anything else between the Menor Cardinals and the Solon Comets. Tied at 8 in the second quarter.
And Menor's always so tough in the red zone when they get down close, not because they can line it up and run it in, but because they spread you out. They make you get to your third and your fourth corner, and they'll, the quarterbacks are always so good at just being patient and finding the right player. And anytime you're wearing a Menor uniform and your last name is Trubisky, that's the right player.
Usually it's Trubisky on the other end, but how many times, we just saw that highlight, how many times have we seen quarterbacks from Menor execute that same exact play in the red zone or between the 20s? That's a go-to play for Menor. Fake the handoff, roll to one side, see if you can flood one side, and throw it right there on the money.
How about the run of quarterbacks that Menor has had?
Oh, my goodness.
You go Trubisky, Tansky before
Tansky,
that.
Yep.
Now Tadas Tatarunas, just a junior. He came on as a sophomore and, broke the school record in his second game against St. Ignatius, thrown for over 500 yards. So
yeah, and look, you've got to have that. If you're going to run that offense, you've got to always have a guy that you can trust to run it, because you're running a no huddle. He's got to be able to lead guys up to the line of scrimmage, get them lined up right, tell them where to go, make the right decisions, and because there's a lot of decisions to go through in that offense. So you've always got to have a guy ready to come up next and develop into that next good quarterback.
And the other good thing for Tadas, they always say, you don't want to be the guy that has to step into the shoes just vacated. You want to fill the shoes of the guy after that guy. And there was enough of a gap between Mitch Trubisky to Tadas Tatarunas that he didn't have to fill the Mitch Trubisky shoes.
Yeah, and those are things so tough to do. Well, one of the big games, a matchup of Super 25 teams down Cincinnati way. Let's take a live look in as it's a student production. It's EH Sports, Elder High School Sports. The students getting this one to us. 7-0, Xavier leading.
Play action fake,
and
over the
a
middle,
good
high
look.
Throw, but brought down by Schwally.
And a nice pass from Denny Nyman to Schwally. This Steve Speck St. Xavier defense is always tough. Basically invented that 3-3-5 stack defense. Goes to coaching clinics and talks about it. You see St. Xavier, who's had a brutal schedule. Just 3-2 on the year. They lost opening week to a team from California who came out to play, but they lead Elder 7-0 down in the pit.
Yeah, I mean, just 3-2, but like you said, those two are that team from California and, just a team named Coleraine that they lost to in overtime. So they've run off 3 in a row, including beating Menor, who we've talked about. Yeah, they're 2-3, but it's a better 2-3 than most other 2-3. So there's not a bad loss in those two, and those 3 wins are all very good.
Kind of interesting, the St. Xavier now playing 2 quarterbacks as Sean Clifford was banged up. He is back in playing, and he threw a touchdown pass. Also, their backup quarterback, or who was, Chase Wolf, also threw a touchdown pass in last week's win. So Xavier, if a guy's playing well, let him keep playing.
That's exactly right. But what a luxury. There are so many programs in Northeast Ohio that have a hard time finding just one quarterback. And now St. Xavier's got 2. And again, as you said, Dave, if you've got a guy out there that you feel is capable and he can move the offense and he is playing well and he's doing enough to prove that he belongs on the field, it's hard to take him off the field.
Yeah, without question.
Use as many weapons as you got.
Let's head back to the phones. Bryant Kaiser joins us from Jerome T. Osborne Stadium. Mentor in Solon, and there's a late update. What's going on, Bryant?
This game start cooking now. Manny Trubisky, remember that last name?
Oh, yeah.
He caught a 7-yard touchdown pass from Tatarunas, and just after that, the kickoff by Andrew Mason from Solon, he went 46 yards. Then they capped that on the first play as Jake McCurry scored on the 30-yard run. It was 15-8 Solon with 6:24 to go, and Solon has the ball at Menor's 41-yard line.
All right, Brian Kaiser checking in from Jerome T. Osborne Stadium. And how about those Solon Comets? So Menor answers, Solon comes right back, and now they're back near midfield.
This might be one of those games we have to stay on late for. It's turning into one of those classic Menor games. It's about 3.5 hours long, but you like to see that from Solon, that quick strike ability. They've had that in the past, and to be able to respond to what Menor did with big offensive plays of their own, set up by a kickoff return. Of course, we've talked about special teams already so much tonight. And Solon is always so good on special teams, and they're able to get a big play in response.
Early fireworks. What else would you expect between these two teams? 42-35 last year between them. There's always going to be points scored, especially at the JTO, the fast track.
Well, the interesting thing is going to be, again, we've seen it a little bit as far as special teams. Turnovers is going to end up coming into play. It always does when teams are evenly matched. And you know, the interesting thing is going to be whose defense can come up with the big play.
Well, so far this year, it's been Solon, more so than it has been Menor. And I think that's one of the things that the Cardinals have struggled with this year is that, in the past we've talked about those great quarterbacks, Bart Tansky and Mitch Trubisky, but Menor had some great defensive players as well, Division I defensive players as well. I remember Tom Schobel getting after the quarterback. Menor hasn't had those kinds of guys this year on the defensive side of the ball being able to step up and make the play when absolutely necessary. Solon, on the other hand, that defense has flexed its muscles pretty much all season long.
Well, time to check in. We've got an update. It's Notre Dame Cathedral Latin and Benedictine. Notre Dame Cathedral Latin with a 9-7 lead. The Bengals get on the board. And we talked about this guy, DeCalvalon Reese, has been playing in that backfield for a couple of seasons. And DeCalvalon Reese gets the handoff. And, he's feeling a little bit better. Bounces it outside, breaks an arm tackle, turns upfield. And he knows where the end zone is. He knows how to get into the end zone. He gets into the end zone. And it is 9-7. Notre Dame Cathedral Latin, 3 field goals, leading Benedictine, who got on the board with that DeCalvalon Reese touchdown run.
That's the last thing that NDCL wants to see going into tonight's game is a healthy DeCalvalon Reese. Hasn't been the case for a lot of the year for Benedictine. Wasn't the case last year for Benedictine. But last year the Bengals had enough in terms of other guys that could step up. Dantez Rash, Justin Lane, as we mentioned. This year it was supposed to be the DeCalvalon Reese show, and he has not been healthy, and he looks very, very healthy on that kind of run. So Lions on alert when you have to go against that kind of guy.
Ask the Lion defenders that were trying to tackle him. He looks pretty healthy to them. DeCalvalon Reese touchdown run makes it 9-7. We're going to step aside, take a quick break. We've still got plenty of action as we're in the second quarter of most of the games. You're watching the Friday Night Huddle here on cleveland.com and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Joe Qualls, and I work at Cincinnati Children's Research Hospital. Graduated with a degree in biology. The main question that these students need to ask themselves, why do they want to go to college? If the answer is to get an amazing education, a well-rounded education, and to have all of the college experience, you're going to find that here at Thomas More. It just had this sense of family, this very intimate, loving environment that allowed us to grow. Well, Thomas More College is a part of my life. Without that part, I wouldn't be whole.
Monday night is the night for Ohio Sports Talk, and it's all on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. At 6, the self-proclaimed voice of truth and reason takes your calls live on More Sports and Les Levine. Then at 7, Dave Bacon and the boys unload on the weekend sports on Armchair Quarterbacks. And at 8, Bruce Hooley's out to make you the smartest sports fan around. Ohio's biggest night in sports talk. Monday nights only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal, so can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, Simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
Welcome back to the Friday Night Huddle. I'm Dave Bacon, joined by Dan Lobby from cleveland.com and Chris Fedor from cleveland.com as well. Glad you joined us here on the Friday Night Huddle. Guys, kind of an interesting first quarter and a half of football as we have previewed some of the games that we're covering tonight.
How about Aurora? I mean, right, that's kind of the big story, I think, if we're looking at first quarters, the way they came out in that game and just took it right to Medina Highland from the start with the kickoff return, passing touchdown. They've done a little bit of everything. I think for me, at least, that's kind of the biggest surprise of those first quarters and half.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of games early, obviously, but I think the fact that St. Xavier jumped out on Elder 7-0 early, it shows that the 3-2 record of St. Xavier, certainly deceiving. Elder is a team 4-1 on the season, the only loss against Pick Central, a team that has beaten St. Ed's in Cincinnati, St. Elder. So you know, this is a game, I think, that was a bit of a measuring stick in terms of how do we view Cincinnati St. Xavier with the other teams from the Cincinnati area. And early on, they have shown, once again, why they are top 10 in our power poll.
Yeah, without question. You know, we alluded to it. They lost to Colerain. They're really the only team that's given Colerain any resistance in the early going, and they lost in overtime to them. Both teams had their starting quarterback kind of banged up, too. I mean, you know, don't forget, Sean Clifford, he's really good. He's a Penn State recruit, and he was banged up in that first game and hasn't been entirely healthy until recent. He's probably still not entirely healthy, but he's healthy enough to play at this point.
Yeah, that's kind of how a season can go for a team. You're just kind of trying to get through to your quarterback is 100% again. And when you're able to do what they've been able to do so far, you're feeling pretty good going into the second half of this season and beyond.
Yeah, there's no question about that. You know, the other thing that's kind of interesting and right now, Twinsburg, a really young team, is hanging with Stowe. It's late in the second quarter. It's 7-0 Stowe. So the Bulldogs, who are unquestionably one of the top teams in Division I, and I'm just told Twinsburg has just scored a touchdown and is about to tie that football game up. So I told you that this is a young team that's got some talent.
And if you're Stowe, you know, you've got Hudson next week. I wonder if maybe, you know, they're feeling good about themselves coming off a win against Wadsworth where they got the running clock, a big win against Nordonia. They got the running clock on their homecoming game. Maybe they're peeking ahead a little bit, and they've got to be very cautious against this Twinsburg team in the second half.
And guys, a team like Twinsburg, it's about resetting expectations. It's about finding out what you have moving forward, the kinds of kids that you have. It is a young team. It's an inexperienced team. It's at a different stage than Stowe. So it's about finding little things throughout the course of the year. Sometimes those are wrapped in losses, but it's about finding those things, seeing what you can learn from those things, and growing from those things. And no matter what happens for the rest of the night, the fact that these kids, these young kids, a lot of sophomores, are tied with Stowe is something that they can build on moving forward. And they played a tough schedule at the beginning of the year, and they learned a lot, I think.
Twinsburg looking like they're going to go for two, and it looks like the Stowe Bulldogs might have called a timeout. Well, there's a penalty flag. You see the score, 7-6, and right there, middle guard jumped. So the nose tackle jumps, so it'll move it even closer as the Tigers trying to get the lead, going for two. Nothing to lose, go for two, try to take the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't you? Like you said, absolutely nothing to lose in this. Put Stowe in a position where they're chasing here on this last possession. Put a little pressure on them because when you're a young team.
And there you go. There's the 2-point attempt and banging in, and it's going to be good. It's Isaiah saw it.
And guys,
gets
this is
in for the 2-point conversion. 8-7, Twinsburg leading the Stowe Bulldogs. There's a look at Isaiah. Number 9 converts the 2-point conversion.
This is one of the reasons why I love the early test of the schedule.
Yeah.
Right? Because you've got a team in Twinsburg, a bunch of young kids. They already played Copley, already played Solon, already played Aurora. So it's a huge game playing against Stowe, but they're not going to be intimidated because they've been in hostile environments already. Whereas at the beginning of the season, it's kind of like, oh boy, near the headlights look, right? Like, oh my gosh, we got to start our year against Copley and then we've got to play Solon. But now that they're here into week 6, they've seen a lot of quality opponents and they don't look rattled despite the fact that they're playing against a team that's got huge expectations.
And don't be too surprised if Mike Bell doesn't turn that around pretty quickly here. That's a heck of a football coach. Mike Bell's a very good one as well. Let's he's building that program. He's a guy that, he was at Lake Catholic, built that into a really good program, spent a year at East Lake North, and then when the Twinsburg job opened, that's an opportunity that he was really excited about. And last year, 1-9, young team. Now, they're 1-4 as we talk here, but really building to it. Let's take a look how the Tigers scored and got that. And there it is, taking a look. It's a quarterback keeper, and that is Adam Vandemotter. They will play 2 quarterbacks. Adam Vandemotter is a sophomore. He is the guy that they absolutely love as a sophomore. Here's the 2-point conversion by Isaiah Sawit. So 8-0, all right, 8-7 rather. Twinsburg leading Stowe, but Vandemotter is a sophomore quarterback, and he is the quarterback of the future. They play Jalen Tucker rather. He is a senior.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe the safeties got caught sneaking up a little bit on that play, which Twinsburg was able to take advantage of. And we've seen this with programs lately where they've found a quarterback who is a sophomore, and they're willing to take some lumps with that guy because they believe in him moving forward for the next 3 years. This can be the guy. Let's develop him. Let's let him grow.
But the advantage they have is they're running him with a senior who's also very good in Ryan Tucker.
Yeah.
So they're kind of mixing it up and trying to see put the young guy in a position to be successful. That's what they're trying to do.
And if you're trying to pull an upset, what's the key? Make the game shorter, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're up 8-7 approaching halftime. So you're going to be looking at now a 24-minute game. Now you don't have to be as good as Stowe for 48 minutes. Right. You got to be as good as them for 24 minutes.
Well, you've already been as good as them for 24. It's one way to look at
24.
It. Let's head to the phone. Ryan Isley will give us an update on the Padua-Walsh Jesuit game. Ryan, what's going on?
Hey guys, last time we spoke, it was 7-0 Padua. Walsh answered with a field goal, but Padua went right back down the field, scored on a 1-yard touchdown run by Zach Barther. Walsh's next possession, an easy interception for John Barna, sets up a 37-yard touchdown pass from Kevin Peterson to Brad Hall, their second touchdown connection of the night. We now sit at 21-3 Padua with a minute and a half to go here in the second quarter. You asked me about that Padua defense earlier in the day, and they came up big on these last 2 possessions. They held Walsh inside the 20 and held them to that field goal, and they came up with the big turnover that has pretty much turned this game on its head.
All right, Ryan, we appreciate it. We'll check back in with Ryan Peterson to Hall. The Bruins are liking that connection. 2 of the 3 touchdowns, as you see, Padua leading the Walsh Jesuit Warriors.
Yeah, man, it has been tough for that Walsh offense all season long.
Here's the second one, Peterson to Hall. Nice grab.
Ooh.
And then he has enough to get into the end zone, and that pushes it to the 3 scores against 21-3 lead. Yeah. So the Bruins looking good, and that defense for the Padua Bruins came to play, holding Notre Dame Cathedral Latin to just 3 points so far.
Yeah, they didn't. Going back to Walsh shutout last week, they lost to St. Vincent St. Mary 10-3. They scored 14 against Bishop Watterson. It's just an offense that they just can't do anything consistently right now. They're really trying to figure things out right now at that school.
It's really been the last 2 years, too. If you go back to 2014, they made the postseason, but they get knocked out in the first round against Midview. In 2015, last year, they go 3-7. Off to a slow start, coming off the loss against St. Ignatius last week. So it's been a tough time for Walsh Jesuit, a program that's usually right there when you talk about Division II, but it just hasn't been the case.
Well, let's head back to Bedford Bearcat Stadium. That means we're going to take a look in as Benedictine is taking on NDCL. Another one. DeCavalon Reese finds the end zone again.
Have we seen that before?
Yeah, and those Lion defenders are saying, I don't think he's banged up anymore, guys. He looks pretty healthy. So a good news for Carter Wheelo and those Benedictine Bengals. DeCavalon Reese finds the end zone for his second touchdown of the game. And 14-9, Benedictine now leading NDCL.
Both of those touchdowns, too, afterwards, he just looked like a guy that was, relieved to kind of be doing that. A guy that's been there before as well. It just, obviously, we're not there. We were not around him after he scores those touchdowns, but just looking at it from here, he looked like a guy that, finally, maybe I'm back.
Yeah, again, I said it before. The game is hard enough to play when you're healthy. When something isn't quite right, you have to find a way to try to compensate, and it's just never good. So I could certainly understand, and you know what? It's nice to see. This is a guy that has played since his freshman, sophomore year. So let's see how he does, when he's healthy and able to do things.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I think for Benedictine it was about hitting the reset button going into tonight's game against NDCL because, number one, it's the first conference game, and that's one of the goals for Benedictine each and every year is to win the conference. Also an opportunity to hit the reset button because you feel like you're getting a Division I talent back close to 100%. So even though you're playing against a 4-1 team, you're 1-4, you can dig in, you can ask yourself why, and you can say all of our losses this year have been by a touchdown or less, and we're getting our best player back at 100%. Reasons for us to be confident going into this game against NDCL, and it looks like when you have a player like that, it just lifts everybody up. You saw the offensive lineman go right up to Reese, and it was just a feeling like, okay, we've got our guy back. We've got reasons to be optimistic about the rest of the year.
Well, we're going to head back to the phones. Bryant Kaiser is at Jerome T. Osborne Stadium. Solon and Menor. Bryant, what's going on?
Solon leads at halftime 23-8. Joe Bobonics with a second touchdown run, a 3-yarder, and they got the 2-point conversion. So at halftime, it's Solon 23, Menor 8.
How has that Solon defense played, Brian? I know we've talked a little bit about Bubonics. You had the block punt. What about the Solon D?
Solon D is doing a pretty good job of just keeping Menor bottled up. Menor is having they had a little two passing game, just like Jim Zorn to Steve Largent when it comes from Tatigranas and number 11, Steve Barrett. They had like 7 receptions already, but they Solon has kept them out of the end zone.
All right, Bryant Kaiser updating us from Jerome T. Osborne Stadium, 23-8. Solon leading the Mentor Cardinals, and Barrett is Tadas Tatarunas' favorite receiver, leading receiver for the Cardinals this year. But that Solon defense keeping them out of the end zone other than the first touchdown.
How many Menor players would get that reference?
Wait, that's old school.
Yes, it is.
Probably not too many.
Yeah, and look, continuing to be aggressive, going for 2, making it a 23-8 game, really putting Menor in a position where they have to chase. And Chris, you mentioned the defense before.
Yeah.
Menor's got to start getting stops now, and that's been a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, and on the other side, for Solon's defense, this is a defense that held, as Dan said earlier in the show, Noah Mitchell to 100 yards passing. Noah Mitchell, a guy that Euclid head coach Jeff Rotsky feels is one of, if not the best quarterbacks in the area. So for Solon to do that last week against Noah Mitchell, and for Solon to be able to hold Menor to 8 points in the first half, it once again reaffirms, if anybody had questions, it reaffirms that Solon's defense is legit.
Let's head to the phone. Tim Bielik is going to update us on the Independence-Kirtland game. Our first check-in with Tim. Tim, thanks for joining us. What's going on with the Hornets and the Blue Devils?
Hey, guys. We're at the half here in Independence. Kirtland has a 6-3 lead. Joey Tarak, 72-yard touchdown run late in the first quarter. The difference, Kirtland's actually seemed like it should be a little bigger lead, but Kirtland has made some mistakes. They've had a couple of key penalties that have forced them into second and third and long situations. They had a turnover late in the first half to thwart a drive. The Hornets have rushed for about 165 yards so far. Just haven't had much to show for besides the 6 points.
Are you impressed with the way Independence has been able to hang in there, Tim?
Yeah, they've done a lot to really impress me. Kyle Stefanski, the quarterback's done a good job running the offense. He's had a couple nice throws. They got down inside the 20, set him up for an Ian Smith 31-yard field goal to actually take the lead for a minute before Kirtland got it right back about 55 seconds later. But Independence hanging around very well.
Important to note, Independence 4-1 on the year. They lost week 1 in overtime to Columbia, and then they've won 4 in a row. Kirtland's won 5 in a row, so these are two teams playing very well.
Absolutely.
All right, Tim Bielik, we appreciate the update from Kirtland and Independence, and got to be impressed with the Blue Devils. So Rick Adams' team hanging in there against one of the best small school programs in the state.
Yeah, and for Independence, they're 4-1. We've talked about you play who you play, right?
Yep.
But the only team they've played so far that's over 500 is that team they lost to, Columbia, 3-2. So they've beaten 3-1-4 teams. They've beaten a 2-3 team. They've done their job against those teams, but this is sort of, again, that measuring stick.
Yeah.
Where are you against Kirtland? Now, obviously, same division, a team you're going to need to beat if you want to get somewhere. So this is a good chance for Independence to show, hey, we haven't played great teams yet, but we deserve to be every bit of 4-1.
Well, I think regardless of what happens, what the final outcome of this is and I know the Blue Devils aren't going to feel this way. Yeah, let me preface it by saying that. But this shows where you're at. And if you're hanging with Kirtland, you can pretty much hang with any school you're going to face in that division.
Guys, Independence lost 48-3 last year against Kirtland. Independence went 3-7 last year. Already 4 wins, 1 more win than what Kirtland or what Independence had last year. So already it's been a relatively positive season for the Blue Devils. And who knows what's going to happen here in the second half going forward in this game between Independence and Kirtland. But Kirtland is a team that is the power in Division 6. And this is Independence learning about themselves, learning where they are, how far they have to get, and who knows what's going to happen moving forward in the season as well. But coming into tonight, Kirtland was number 3 in Division 6, Region 21. Independence was number 8. So this could be a potential game that Independence has to play again when you get into the postseason, if they get that far.
But that's okay. That's progress.
That's exactly right.
That's progress. So Stowe has come back, as all good teams do, and taken the lead 14-8. Let's see if we can listen in. Dave Wilson, Ryan Kavanaugh have the call of Stowe and Twinsburg as the Stowe Bulldogs 5-0 on the year. Twinsburg 1-4 and kind of hanging tough. Let's take a look. 14-8. Kyle Van Treese, the quarterback for Stowe, taking a shot down the sidelines and incomplete. Intended receiver for that is Logan Lindsay. So
Did you see the protection he had on that play?
Yeah,
That
good coverage wasn't too bad.
No, it was very good coverage, but just all the time he has to throw a little bit of pressure late. But
yeah, pretty good coverage defensively for the Tigers. But Van Treese, again, Kyle Van Treese, a D1 quarterback, and you saw put it kind of up there, gave Lindsay a chance to make the play, couldn't come up with it.
Yeah, and he's got a D1 kid at left tackle too, Michael Miranda going to Penn State. So that can be a big play offense at times. We saw them taking a shot there.
Look at this. Interception, and it's our man.
Wow.
Twinsburg picks it off and returns it for a touchdown. We're tied at 14, and that's the man that converted the 2-point conversion. Isaiah saw it, gets the pick 6. As the fans at Twinsburg, the student section, loving it, as he said, I know he's a D1 quarterback, but take a look at this.
I mean, another one of those sophomores for Twinsburg on one end, and then on the other end, you've got a team like Stowe probably thinking, I just had a touchdown. Kyle Van Treese probably thinking, I had a touchdown. My wide receiver was there. I think I threw it in the bucket. It looked like it was a drop by Lindsay, went through his hands, and those are the kinds of opportunities that when you get them, you got to capitalize. Stowe did not. Twinsburg flipped it around.
Well, and I'll say the same thing about the Twinsburg Tigers that I just said about the Independence Blue Devils. Doesn't matter how this game turns out.
Here it is.
Here's what a job.
The read.
Read it perfectly and intercepts the little swing pass and takes it back to the house. What a job by Sawt to grab that, turn it into a pick six. And a nice job by Isaiah Sawt. Read the little screen pass and got there, gets the interception, takes it back for the touchdown. And
somebody's got to say it, right? Am I going to be the one to say it?
Well, he missed the point after, so it remains tied at 14. 35
Isaiah
seconds left.
Saw it before it happened. Somebody had to say it. It was right there for anybody. You're going to leave it to me?
He saw it probably in the film room as well this
right.
week. That's the kind of interception that you look at and
Exactly.
say,
coaching.
He must have seen something. Somebody saw something there and alerted Mr. Saw it. For the interception. We need to move on is what we need to do.
You just kept it going. I started it. You kept it going there.
We're going to check in with Mike Fitzpatrick. He has the Midview Westlake game. Mike joins us on the phone. Mike, give us an update. What's going on with the Middies and the Westlake Demons?
Westlake's hanging in there. 21-14 at the half. They scored a 3-yard touchdown. In the final 15 seconds, as Trey Dialalis found Connor Synderkirk for a 3-yard touchdown, 21-14. Dustin Crum putting on an absolute show, throwing for 165 yards and a touchdown, has run for 101 yards. Had a 46-yard scramble in the first quarter that set up their first touchdown. 21-14 Midview, but Westlake is like, I've seen them 3 times this year. Dialalis is a really good, smart quarterback, and they have some really good skill players. So, I mean, you might have thought that Midview was going to knock these guys out, but they're hanging around.
You impressed with the way that Westlake is hanging in there? Is that fair to say?
Oh, yeah. I like Westlake. They got some good skill players, and I guess their coach was at Massillon. So you come here, trying to turn this program around. They got the turf now. Like, if they had played this game like last year, this would have been like a mud bowl. So, I mean, the SWC is, like, known for, like, these great facilities right now. So it's just a really good conference. And if you haven't gone out to see Dustin Crum, you got to check the guy out. He's the real deal.
Mike Fitzpatrick, we will check back in with you as he updates us. 21-14, the Middies hanging tough. Chris, we had talked about Westlake again. Another building block, I think, certainly in what Jason Hall is trying to do there. That's the coach that Mike referenced, was at Massillon, was also. Listen, Jason Hall won at Brush. If you win at Brush, you're a good football coach, and he'll end up doing the same thing at Westlake, I have no doubt.
And I think it started last week, guys. The game against Avon. You lose 35-21, but when you go 3-7 a year before that, and you lose 56-13 to that same Avon team a year before that, and you're able to only lose by 14, those are little building blocks. And then you talk about this game tonight against Midview. This is a team that Westlake lost to last year by a whole bunch. So you're talking about what can we take from losses and what can we take from our season. And Westlake, even though Westlake lost last week against Avon, I think they took enough positive from that to make this a game against Midview tonight.
I think without question. Let's head back to the phone. We're going to check in with Bill Mayville. He has the Nordonia and Brecksville game. Bill, get us updated. What's going on at Nordonia?
Hey, guys, we've reached halftime here in Macedonia where Nordonia and Brecksville are actually tied 14-14. So far, the story of the game has been turnovers. The Brecksville Broadview Heights squad has picked off 4 passes in the first half, and as a testament to the Nordonia defense, they've only managed to give up 7 points off those turnovers, but they're putting their defense in a tough position with these turnovers. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can correct these little issues and move on to the second half. They're moving the ball really well. Otherwise, they just keep shooting themselves in the foot a little bit.
Are they moving the ball running it, or is it, being Nordonia, are they able to run the ball effectively, or is it throwing it where they're moving it?
They're actually doing both. The 4 interceptions is really ruining an otherwise really good first half for Robbie Levac. He's 11 of 20 for 178 yards, but he's got the 4 picks. Anthony Perrine is still doing what he does. It's 18 carries for 131 yards already. So, I mean, they're pretty balanced in what they're doing. They're able to move the ball pretty well. They're just, the self-inflicted wounds are killing them.
All right, Bill Mayville, we appreciate it very much. And, those are kind of the growing pains when you have a sophomore quarterback. There's going to be times where he does some really good things, and then there's some times where like, can you get that one back for me?
But Bill mentioned it. The defense picks him up.
Yeah.
He's thrown the 3 interceptions. They've only given up 1 score off of those interceptions. So you go into halftime and you say, okay, put it behind you now. You've got a second half in front of you. Your defense bailed you out. Now go out there and make some plays for them.
And guys, coming into the night, what was one of the questions that we had? Can Nordonia's offense keep up with Brecksville's offense? Hasn't had to be the case because of the way that Nordonia's defense has played in the first half. To hold a team like Brecksville Broadview Heights to 14,
especially with 4 turnovers.
Hello,
Yeah.
that's something.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
something about that defense there for Nordonia.
Let's check in. Matt Gould has an update at NDCL at Benedictine. Take it away, Matt.
This is Matt Gould for cleveland.com with a quick first half breakdown of NDCL and Benedictine. Benny is up 14-9 at the half. It's been quite a turnaround. NDCL really controlled the tempo in the first quarter, and interception close to the line of scrimmage really got things going. It's been just a battle of attrition and really at the line of scrimmage, and NDCL was controlling it, especially on the defensive front early on, and that's why they pushed out to a 9-0 lead. Although DeCavlon Reese, the star running back for the Bengals, has really got it going. Benedictine has scored on I believe its last 2 possessions, but they are up 14-9 at halftime, and the big plays are serving them well. NDCL quarterback Charlie Forbes has tried to throw it a little deep last few plays of the first half, and Benedictine's secondary has responded. That's really been kind of I wouldn't say the difference, but really Benny is just, its skill guys have really started to set the tone for them here late in the second quarter, and that's why we are where we're at, 14-0, or 14-9, I'm sorry, 14-9, Benedictine on NDCL at the half.
All right, Matt Gould getting us up to date, 14-9 to Cavalon Reese. We talked about him. He's getting it rolling. Let's head back to the phones. Nate Klein is at the Aurora Highland game, and he joins us. Nate, give us an update.
Hey, good evening. Hey, Aurora is just running away with this game, 36-3 at halftime. The difference in this game is the special teams. Shortly before the half, Chris Vanzo, Aurora went for a fake punt and tricked Highland, ran in for a 45-yard TD to the end zone. So again, Aurora's up 36-3. Difference is special teams. I don't know. It looks like they may try to get this Suburban League win tonight.
Hey, Nate, how is that Aurora defense playing? Only 3 points to Highland. It looks like they kind of figured out the zone read and shut that down.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, they're not giving up a lot of field they're not giving up a lot of field to Highland. And so, I think the difference is also just the field position as well. Just doesn't have a lot to work with.
All right, Nate Klein updating us on Aurora with a big lead on the Highland Hornets, 36-3 at halftime. Time for us to check in with one of our student reporters. Alex Porter, student at North Canton Hoover High School, gives us a halftime update for Hoover and Massillon Perry. Take it away, Alex.
Back at the North Canton Hoover Vikings Perry football game. It is halftime now, and the score at half is 7-7. The Vikings were able to strike first and get on the board with a rushing touchdown. They were able to move the chains up the field, and a few minutes later, with about 3 minutes left in the second quarter, Perry was able to strike back, and the score is now 7-7. Malachi Strickland is leading the Panthers in rushing yards, and throughout this game, the Panthers have been rushing more, and the Vikings haven't been able to stop that. So we'll see what goes on in the second half.
All right, well done, Alex Porter, our student reporter from North Canton Hoover, and that's a concern whenever you play Perry. That wing T is starting to get a little bit, and that's one of the things. It's the reason the wing T works is it allows the offensive lineman to read what the defense is doing and make it work against them.
You get a little anxious sometimes as a defense. You want to make something happen so bad, but you just can't. You've got to stay disciplined the whole game long.
And Hoover's got to be really frustrated right now because you would think that early offense, getting that score, was going to give them some confidence and something to build on, guys, after the way that their previous 2 games have gone. And once again, after that early offense, nothing. for the Vikings, and things aren't going to get easier as this season goes on, as they've got Uniontown Lake still on the schedule, Massillon Jackson still on the schedule. So they get that early score and nothing since then. It's probably a situation where the Vikings are like, come on, we got to get this going. What are we doing offensively here?
Well, we are about halftime for most of our games. We're going to take a quick time out, and we will return. You're watching the Friday Night Huddle right here on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com. You see the number if you want to get involved. We'll be right back.
Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to OhioLottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
American Dental Centers is proud of the relationships we've developed with our patients over the years. I'm Dr. Sam Jaffe, and I'd like you to meet some of them.
My mom has taken me to American Dental Center since I was in 2nd grade. I used to have a huge hole in my mouth, which they fixed. Since then, it has greatly boosted my confidence.
We'd be honored to have you as one of our patients. Call us today for an appointment today.
We are a team. We are the playmakers. We are the game changers. We are the victors. We are the underdogs. And that's why we are football. We are high school sports.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal, so can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse. Save hundreds on special purchase Tempur-adjustable bases. Your bed goes up, your bed goes down. But hurry, these won't last long. Save up to $1,000 on select Tempur-Breeze models while supplies last. A queen Tempur-adjustable set is just $34 a month. All come with 5 years, 0% APR financing or a free TV. Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse.
There is a place where dreams arise, stars are born, and greatness is made. What you live for lives here. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action, get updates as they happen, on cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
Monday night is the night for Ohio Sports Talk, and it's all on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. At 6, the self-proclaimed voice of truth and reason takes your calls live on More Sports and Les Levine. Then at 7, Dave Bacon and the boys unload on the week in sports on Armchair Quarterbacks. And at 8, Bruce Hooley's out to make you the smartest sports fan around. Ohio's biggest night in sports talk. Monday nights only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Canton-McKinley marches
Save
into
the
the Super 25 this week with 4 straight wins after an opening season loss. The Bulldogs check in at number 24 after a 28-8 win over North Canton Hoover in Federal League play. The Bulldogs are 1 spot in front of Hudson, also 4-1 on the year. The Explorers coming off a 31-0 shutout of North Royalton, Hudson's lone loss on the season to number 24 Canton-McKinley. Mason also cracks the Super 25 at number 23 after a 34-14 win over Hamilton. The Comets play top-ranked Coleraine tonight. Columbus St. Francis de Sales also new to the Super 25 this week after an impressive 49-17 win over Covington Catholic. De Sales a big rivalry game with Waterson this week. And Massillon Jackson checks in at number 21. The Polar Bears 5-0 after their 10-point win over Uniontown Lake last week. The Solon Comets climb 3 spots to number 20 after they put up 33 points in a win over Euclid last week. The Comets face a dangerous Mentor team that needs to win to get back in their playoff groove. Hilliard Bradley at a perfect 5-0 checks in at number 19 after beating Thomas Worthington 42-17 a week ago. Dublin Scioto up next for Bradley. Fairfield with a 4-1 record is number 18 in our Super 25. They will face Sycamore this week. Trotwood Madison moves up a spot to number 17 after shutting out Greenville 44-0 a week ago. The Avon Eagles move up to number 16. Mike Elder's guys improved to 5-0, beating Westlake 35-21 last week. They face Lakewood tonight. Cincinnati Elder has run off 4 straight wins after a Week 1 loss. The Panthers move up to number 12 by shutting out University Prep a week ago. They face St. Xavier, a top 5 team tonight. Dublin Kaufman checks in at number 15. They're 4-1 on the year and getting ready for Marysville. Moeller drops 9 spots to number 14 after their 7-point loss to St. Xavier. No time to worry about that. The Crusaders are getting ready for another top GCL team, LaSalle, tonight. 4-1, St. Ignatius moves up a spot to 13 after shutting out Walsh Jesuit last week. They play Parma tomorrow night. And Pickerington Central, who lost a tough one to Upper Arlington 35-29 in overtime a week ago, drops 2 spots to number 11. They face Gahanna tonight. Time for the top 10. Hoban stays at number 7. They shut out arch rival Akron St. Vincent St. Mary 24-0 a week ago. The Knights will play Lake Catholic tonight. 5-0, Upper Arlington moves up 5 spots to number 10. After that overtime win over Pick Central last week, they take on Westland this week. Unbeaten Olentangy Liberty moves up a spot to number 9 after a 5-point win over Pickerington North. Liberty faces Westerville Central this week. Toledo Central Catholic with running back Michael Warren moves up 3 spots to number 8 after an impressive win over Whitmer last week. And LaSalle from Cincinnati checks in at number 6. The Lancers are 3-2 after beating a very good Winton Woods team last week. No time to celebrate. They face number 14 Moeller tonight. On to our top 5. The Stowe Bulldogs stay at number 4. Stowe 5-0 on the season with an offense that's blowing up scoreboards. The Bulldogs put up 63 points in an impressive win over Nordonia last week. They face a very young Twinsburg team tonight. St. Xavier moves into the top 10 after beating Moeller 21-14 last week. The Bombers' brutal schedule continues. They face number 12 Elder tonight. St. Ed stays number 3 after an impressive win over Buchtel last weekend. The 4-1 Eagles face Naperville Central from Illinois this week. Wayne High School 4-0-1 on the year, stays second in the Super 25. They beat Northmont last week and will play another GWAC team, Centerville, tonight. And the number 1 team in our Super 25 remains the Coleraine Cardinals. They scored 52 points, beating Sycamore a week ago. They'll get a test this week when they face the Mason Comets in a battle of Super 25 teams.
Hey, I'm Nathaniel from cleveland.com.
Back inside the studio, as you look at it, one of the surprises has to be the Twinsburg Tigers, that young team, 1-4 on the year. We've mentioned just a brutal schedule. They're tied at 14 at halftime with the Stowe Bulldogs. Fourth in our Super 25. I believe they're third in this week's AP Division I top 10 team from across the state as well. They lost in the state semis last year to St. Ed's, eventual state champs.
Yeah, and look, we've talked about it. Who has Twinsburg lost to? Copley 4-1, Solon 4-1, Aurora 4-1, Brecksville 5-0. So this team has played good teams. They played with some good teams. Now, if you want to flip it to Stowe, might be good for them to be tested a little bit before they have to go play Hudson, because their only real test so far has been that Solon game, and
well,
they've kind of been rolling past teams a little bit.
Yeah, they were pushed pretty well in that Solon game. The thing that was impressive, I mean, they had a drive at the beginning of the game and a drive at the end of the game.
Exactly.
And they didn't do much offensively in between, but there's something to be said for doing it when you need to win, and that's what Stowe's been able to do.
And that's why they've targeted this year, like you said, and when guys have played together and been together and won together, made it to a state semifinal together, they know how to win. So we'll see. We'll see what they can do in the second half against Twinsburg. This could be a huge win for the Tigers. This could be one of those, hey, maybe we finally made it wins for the Tigers.
Well, I think either way, I think if you're a Twinsburg Tiger player, you've got to see, boy, what Coach Bell is doing is working, And I know it's only a half of football, but we're hanging with one of the best teams in the state. And, the guys that have scored touchdowns are both sophomores. The quarterback's a sophomore, Isaiah Sautt, who intercepted the pass and returned it for a touchdown. He's the 10th grader. So things are pretty bright on the horizon for the Twinsburg Tigers.
I know it can be hard for fans to overlook the scoreboard, and sometimes it can be hard for players to overlook a scoreboard. But when you're a program like Twinsburg, sometimes you do have to find the positives that can be wrapped up in a loss. And being in contention with a team like Stowe, that's a positive, no matter what happens. Being able to get the experience of playing against Solon early on in the season and Aurora early on in the season, those are positives. Those are building blocks. And I think it's all about expectations and resetting those expectations. And I think to some degree too, guys, it's about making those expectations realistic so that you don't give false hope, and you're true to your program and you're true to your players so that they can believe in you and they can gain confidence even in losses.
Let's check in with Gabriela Cruz. She's on the sidelines for that Stowe and Twinsburg game.
Gabriela Cruz back on the sidelines here in Twinsburg, and we have seen a lot of action between the Tigers and the Bulldogs. Twinsburg, this is all tied up at 14-14. Twinsburg, 1-4 this season, is coming out here and giving Stowe a complete run for their money. Stowe, undefeated 5-0 this season, has struggled offensively to really break away. Stowe is a team that likes to put up 50, 60 points a game, and Twinsburg has really put in a strong effort, like Coach Bell wanted them to do before the game, to keep Stowe under control and just held them to 14 points so far this half. And offensively, the Tigers have been able to stay competitive with this team. Big thanks to a 2-point conversion early in the first quarter and a pick 6 in the second quarter. So this is going to get only more interesting in the second. But if Stowe wants to keep their undefeated streak alive, they're going to have to come out hot in the second half.
All right, Gabriela Cruz, again, the important thing is it raises expectations, I think. To go back to your point, when you play a team, nobody's going to tell you anything other than Stowe is one of the best teams in the state. And when you have a team that's young that can hang with them for a half and go to halftime tied with them, it elevates your expectations. And it should. You should feel good about what's going on if you're a Twinsburg Tiger.
Yeah, and like you said, the expectations are what they are. But you also go out there on Friday nights to try and win a game. And now you've got an opportunity to not only win a game, but win a game against one of the best teams in the area, one of the best teams in the state, a team that really wants to get to Columbus this year. And you've got a chance to kind of spoil their undefeated season, if nothing else. So when you go between those lines on Friday nights, whatever the expectations, the goal is to win a football game, and they've got a shot.
Now, on the other side for Stowe, whatever happened in the first half, but they're probably looking at this situation. We scored 63 last week against Nordonia. We've scored 38 in the past. We scored 56 in back-to-back weeks. So whatever happened, let's block that out. let's reset. We know what we're capable of. We know our expectations. We know the playmakers that we have. Let's just go do what we normally do. Let's get this offense going. And I think once Stowe starts to get some confidence, maybe sees the ball go into the hands of some of their playmakers, then all of a sudden, you never know what can happen, but that probably would give them a bunch more confidence than maybe what they have right now.
All right, let's head to the phones. Jeff Sabo from Comet Productions gives us an update from the Solon Menor game. Jeff, what's going on?
All right, there's 5 minutes and 57 seconds left to go here in the third quarter. Same score as halftime. Solon up 23-8. Kind of a stalemate here in this third quarter as in the first half, Solon was moving the ball pretty well. Joe Bubonics going in for a couple of touchdowns. Jake McCurry in for a rushing touchdown as well. The only touchdown that Menor had came off of a Tatarunas pass to Trubisky. And ever since then, Menor's been able to run the ball at certain times with Gullick in the backfield, but Comet's defense has really stepped up.
Yeah, that would be my question, Jeff. How has that Solon defense, have they been able to defend the pass? Obviously, whenever you face Menor, you know you're going to get spread out, and you know you're going to have the quarterback throwing the football. How have they done against the passing attack of the Cardinals?
Well, they picked off Tatarunas with about a minute to go in the second quarter, and they've really done a great job blocking off a lot of the passing lanes. Tatarunas has been able to get some key passes into extend drives, but other than that one touchdown pass to Trubisky, Tatarunas really hasn't been able to generate much in the passing game.
All right, Jeff Sabo, we appreciate the update from Solon Educational TV and Comet Productions. And that Comet defense is pretty legit. Seen them a couple times, and good defensive football team.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm sure they're happy to have a stalemate in that third quarter to this point. They'd obviously like to keep adding some points, I'm sure, but
keep the Cardinals off the scoreboard, and all is good for the Solon Comets.
Anytime you're keeping Menor out of the end zone, you're doing a good job.
And for teams around Northeast Ohio, I mean, Solon is a team that is only, you would think, going to get better and better and better as the season goes on, because it's not like they came into this year without any questions whatsoever. There were questions. There were questions about a defensive back switching to quarterback, even though he's been a backup quarterback in the past.
Played well.
He's played really well.
Joe Bubonics. That's a couple touchdowns. He's played really well.
Right.
The other thing that's been impressive is first-year running back, Thomas Wilkes.
Yeah.
Couldn't ask for anything better.
Right.
He's a perfect running back for that system.
So you come into this year, you essentially have a first-year starting quarterback, a first-year starting running back. So you would think with more time, with more experience, by the end of the season when the playoffs roll around, these guys are going to be maybe at their best.
But, the one advantage the Comets did have is that front seven and the offensive line is back pretty much intact, and they're pretty good. You've got Chris Gasser. He's going to Virginia. He's a D1, legitimate D1 recruit, and they're very good. That offensive line is very good for the Comets. And then you've got the wide receivers. Sinclair's a speed guy. McCurry, we talked about him last week. Jim McQuaid said, I've coached 26 years. This is a guy that's coached at St. Ed's. He's coached at LaSalle. He's coached at Solon. 26 years. Jake McCurry would start on any team that I've coached.
Ooh.
That's pretty high praise.
Yeah. Yes, it is. And I'm glad you mentioned Darryl Sinclair, because he's a guy we haven't talked about. But last week, 2 catches, 55 yards. One of those catches was a touchdown. 74-yard punt return against Brunswick. This is a guy that can do it in a lot of different ways, and he's a big, fast target for Joe Bubonics.
And you know what? Points to Joe Bubonics. He's a guy that Coach McQuaid said probably would have been an All-Ohio, or certainly would be in the conversation for being an All-Ohio safety. But the Comets need him to play quarterback, and he recognizes that. Didn't care a bit about switching over to quarterback. Said it was a privilege and an honor, and he's playing like it.
Yeah, and he's a leader too. Plays baseball, catcher, leadership position. That's what you have to do. You have to be willing to make sacrifices if you're going to be a leader.
So Solon hanging tough now. If you're the Menor Cardinals, you're still within striking distance.
Always.
23-8, 2 scores, 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, and they can score like that.
Yeah.
So if you're Menor, you're looking for a big play. You're trying to find a way to get somebody behind the defense. It's going to be a little bit tougher because that front seven is going to get pressure on the guys, but you're looking for a big play.
And sometimes that's all it takes.
Yep.
And when it comes to Menor, sometimes in the past it's been something that they've been fully capable of. They have different personnel, obviously, this year. They're not as good as maybe they wanted to be coming into this year, but you know that this is a team, and they showed it last week against Euclid. This is a team that can score quickly, and sometimes it just takes one play to get that confidence, get that momentum, and then see what happens, get that belief.
You know something Jim McQuaid is really good at, though? Making a second half very, very short.
Yes.
He's one of those coaches that when he's got a lead like that, he can make that 24 minutes just fly by.
And he's got a running back in Thomas Wilkes that more than happy to do that in an offensive line that can pave the way for him. So Solon trying to get this thing, you know, the clock cannot run fast enough at Menor if you are a Solon Comet or a Solon Comet fan, without question. And we'll see. You know, it'll be an interesting final 16, 17 minutes of football at Jerome T. Osborne, and you can be sure it's going to take quite a while to finish that 17 minutes of football up.
And for Menor, we talked about it at the beginning of the show, you just never want to be in a position where you no longer feel like you control your own destiny, or you don't want to be in a position where you're looking for help from the other big boys in Division I, Region 1. And head coach Trevisano said last week, hey, we got to win them all from here on out. Did against Shaker Heights, impressive win against Shaker Heights, but they've got to get this one to stay right there in that playoff contention, because as the season goes on and these other teams maybe behind them right now or right around them right now continue to pile up those points, you know, Menor could be a team that ends up getting leapfrogged just because of the way that their schedule sets up and the fact that many of their tougher opponents, many of their playoff teams happened at the beginning of the season.
Well, let's check in with the Elder and St. Xavier game. St. Xavier opening up a nice lead as they lead the Elder Panthers 24-0. And here is a live looking. You see 4:42 to go in the third quarter. Panthers with the football. And there's Neiman.
First and 10 for Elder.
And he's sacked.
Is quickly sacked at the 20-yard line.
And there's that St. Xavier defense getting it done.
Through to bring
nice
him down.
sack. And coming up with the sack for St. Xavier,
lineman, and I believe that was
it's Nicholas Struble. Struble with the sack.
Going to be second and 21 for
So
Elder.
a loss
Back
of
at the
11,
19-yard
second
line.
down and
Elder's
21
offensive
now
line
for
right
the
there, just
Elder
really not able to
Panthers.
get anything going. That pocket
Trying to climb
collapsed
back into
pretty
this.
quickly.
And,
Danny Neiman's
you know,
trying to
St.
stand there,
Xavier
trying
is
to
a
make
defense
plays.
you don't want to
Credit
fall
the St. X
behind. You know,
defensive
they
backs.
play a
They're not letting
3-3
Elder's guys get
stack,
open quick
which
enough,
means
so
they have
things are
5
taking a lot
DBs,
of
a couple of
downfield.
those
That's gotta change.
safeties masquerade as outside linebackers. So St. Xavier getting it done, and Neiman will throw it. 24-0. St. Xavier leading in a battle of very good GCL teams, but St. Xavier getting the better of it down in Cincinnati tonight.
I don't know if St. Xavier needs statement games, but this is probably a statement game for them, because who is everyone talking about? Coleraine.
Elder.
Yeah. And Xavier got off to that 0-2 start, and now they're 3-2. So this is an opportunity for them to kind of wave their arms around and say, look at us, we're still pretty good. Up 24-0 right now on Elder.
Yeah, and you know, to tie it back to what we were talking about before, St. Xavier came up and beat Menor 20-6. Menor was driving for a potential game-tying touchdown, and Menor threw an interception deep in their own territory. St. Xavier returned it 88 yards. Final was 20-6. So that's how close and how good Menor can potentially be at times.
So looking at that score, 24-0, a lot of people are going to look at the 0, right, for Cincinnati Elder. And I get that, but St. Xavier always has that kind of defense. That's what St. Xavier is known for. The thing that astonishes me going into tonight's game is that Elder had not allowed more than 24 points already. I mean, this is an Elder defense that held St. Ed's to 15 points. This is an Elder defense that held St. Ed's to 62 total yards in the second half. So for St. Xavier to put up 24 and have that kind of defense, boy, That's something against Elder's defense.
Well, I'll add to that. Not just have they not given up that many points, 23 points in the last 4 weeks combined.
There you go.
And they've given up 24 tonight.
The most they gave up all year, 20, week 1. So for St. Xavier to have that kind of offense along with that defense, you know they're for real, for sure.
Yep. Beware, Ohio. St. Xavier is back. We're going to check in with another one of our student reporters. Derek Demlow is a student out at Medina High School. He checks in with a halftime report. Take it away, Derek.
Tonight's game brought to you by
This is
Gary
Derek
Toyota.
Dunlop reporting back in at Brunswick for the Brunswick and Medina game. Just after halftime, I'm going to give you a quick update on the scoring and main events that happened during the first half. The very first possession by Brunswick was handed off to number 21 running back Jake Martin, their star running back in the main force for their offensive run so far, gaining a total of 18 yards. And then Brunswick, number 35 running back Jake Vadini, ran the ball in for the first touchdown of the game, only 2.5 minutes in. After that, Medina's first possession had number 14 running back Jimmy Daw run the ball, 32 yards in total, but had ended up having a fumble resulting in a turnover for the Blue Devils. After that, much later in the first quarter, about 1:28 left, Medina gained their first touchdown, tying up the score again for the second
little lower leg
quarter.
issues.
As we went in, it was
Earlier
7-7.
practice have been always watching,
Medina's
so
first
right now,
possession of the
this
second
might just
quarter,
be maybe
Daw
a flare-up
received
of an
another
existing
handoff
injury. Let's hope it's nothing
to take the
brand
ball
new.
into the end zone, 14-7 at 8:59. On
And it's
Brunswick's
Chris
possession
Kane
after
taking
this
the handoff
touchdown, there was
from John
another
Clifford. He
turnover
runs it
fumble,
the other
this one
33
in
to
favor
gain
of
6.
Medina
And the Bombers
to
leading
get them on
24-0.
their
They're
own
gonna put this one away
39-yard line.
if they score here.
Later Medina
And I know
again
it might
passed
sound like a
the ball to
broken
Daw for
record,
another
but
touchdown,
Elder's
39
defense
yards
really
away
has
at
been kind of the
6:31.
bright spot. I know
And
they
the following
multiple
possession
points
for
they've been all in
Brunswick,
the
Medina's
third, the
defense
main
did well in
opening in the third
penetrating their
quarter.
line as
But
they
it'd be
got
great
2
if we could get
sacks
the
on the
defense, get a
quarterback
quick
there.
turnover here.
Finally,
Try
Medina
to
passed
change
the ball to number
momentum a
18
little
wide
bit.
receiver Seth Clark and making the
Second
fourth
for the
touchdown
Bombers,
for the
the
Bees
other
that night,
33.
but with no field goal, resulting in the halftime score currently being 27-7. And I will keep you guys updated. Thanks so much.
Put his head down and bowl
Derek
his way to the
Demlow. 27-7 is the score in that one.
Yeah, and Medina, kind of dealing with a new quarterback.
Mhm.
John Curtis broke that wrist last week. So it's a lot about Jimmy Daw. Obviously, he's got to step up. Had the fumble, but he's a guy that can put up 200 yards on any given night rushing. But there's always kind of that tough transition when you've got to try and break in a new quarterback.
Yeah, but you know what? It goes a little bit easier when you got Jimmy Daw.
Yeah.
You can say, you know what? We're just put it in his stomach and let him run. He can help us.
And when you've got a guy like Dylan Foltz,
Yep.
too, who's just,
Wide receiver.
anywhere he touches the football, he can score.
So Medina, well on their way to improving to 6-0 on the year, and that's a team. They're in Division I, Region 2, so that's a team to keep an eye on in that region. It'll be interesting to see as they go a little bit further along. They've got Menor coming up in a couple of weeks, so that will be an interesting game as well.
And on the other side, Brunswick just has to stop this avalanche that they've seen since a big win. Week 1 win against Highland, the only team up until this point. Aurora's probably going to get Highland tonight, but up until this point, the only team to have beaten Highland was Brunswick. But then you talk about how do you perform after that big win? Do you carry that momentum? Do you respond the way that you want to? And unfortunately for the Blue Devils, it's gone the other way as they've lost 4 straight going into tonight. It looks like it's going to be 5 straight. They just need something to stop that avalanche that's continuing.
All right, well, let's check in. We've talked a little bit about Stowe taking on the Twinsburg Tigers, and now the Bulldogs kind of moving down, trying to take the lead early in the third quarter and getting ready to get into the red zone. So we'll check in with that as it develops. But you would expect that, and the Bulldogs do in fact score and take the lead, as you see, early in the third quarter. And it's Terrian Ray, number 21, the running back for the Stowe Bulldogs. He splits time with Joe Gobble. This is a kid that's big-time playmaker. Good look at Mark Norrie, the head coach, giving Terrian Ray a little pat on the head. And so now the Bulldogs, that first drive of the third quarter,
trying to exert themselves and maintain that lead. So that's what you would expect a really good team to do. There's no question
that's
about
been
it.
a little bit of an issue for Stowe is the kicking game this year. They've had
here's the touchdown. Oh, look at they get it to Ray. It gets the corner, nice cut back, and Terry and Ray fights into the end zone to give the Bulldogs the lead.
A good lead block there. Kind of opens up that edge.
And the fullback who opened that block up was Anthony D'Alessandro, and there's Terry and Ray. Terry and Ray and Joe Gobble, a great 1-2 combination coming out of the backfield for those Stowe Bulldogs. So 21-14, let's see how the Tigers respond then when they get the ball back. You would expect a team to come out and do that in the third quarter.
Yeah, and when you're Stowe and you're the favorite, you're the team that's, again, is eyeing Columbus, you're going to come out and you're going to punch. And now another good test for Twinsburg. How do you counterpunch? So far they've been able to counterpunch every single time. Now they've got to do it again.
All right, let's head over to Bedford Bearcat Stadium. We got an update as Notre Dame Cathedral Latin taking on the Benedictine Bengals. Benedictine had that halftime lead thanks to DeCalvalon Reese, but Forbes finds Rabel for the touchdown for the Lions, and the Lions growl back. Forbes to Rabel, NDCL leading 16-14. As the Lions not ready to go down. We've got our offense, guys. DeCalvalon Reese, he's going to have to score some more if they want to beat us.
And this is the kind of thing, if NDCL hangs on to win this game, this is the kind of thing that can really propel you moving forward. Because even though Benedictine is different, there's a new head coach, there's a bunch of new players. To lose last year against Benedictine 45-17, and just to be able to hang in there with a team, a program, the caliber of Benedictine, that means something to a program like NDCL. There's no question about that. And if they can hang on for this win, beating Benedictine can be a big, big stepping stone to whatever it is they want to accomplish the rest of the year.
Well, they're 4-1 as well. You get that fifth win, and then all of a sudden you start thinking, okay, take it week by week,
right.
And we're really now setting ourselves up not only to make the playoffs, but to potentially get a home game in the first round. You start thinking, okay, we're good with the playoff. Let's see, can we get a home game? Because the first round of the playoffs are played on your home field. That's a huge advantage.
Right.
Oh, yeah. And listen, their last two games, we talked about this with Brecksville, last two games for NDCL, at Hoban, at Padua.
Yeah.
That's not an easy way to finish.
No.
So when you've got a team like Benedictine, who isn't quite the Benedictine of years past, and then you're going to play Walsh, you're going to play Lake Catholic, tonight and these next two games are very important as they go into those last two.
And I was curious, too, guys, how NDCL was going to respond. They're coming off a 24-23 win against last year's state runner-up in Canton Central Catholic. Are they going to be a little bit too excited after that kind of win, feeling like they've arrived? Or are they going to use that to propel them into this game against Benedictine? A little bit of a slow start for the Lions tonight, but now getting on top of Benedictine, it shows that after that win against Canton Central Catholic, they can validate themselves with another one against Benedictine if it goes that way.
So NDCL fighting back and now taking the lead on Benedictine 16-14. Let's check back into Aurora as the Greenmen, impressive. Highland got them last year, and the Aurora Greenmen have come out and made sure that that doesn't happen again. Greenmen. And the handoff goes to Chris Vanzo, and Vanzo's the tailback. Chris Vanzo shot out of a cannon down the sidelines. 90-yard touchdown run. Vanzo is the guy that Bubba Arslanian blocks for in two back sets. And Chris Vanzo with a 90-yard touchdown run, 43-3, a 40-point lead now for the Aurora Greenmen. Highland Hornets, there will be better days ahead, I promise. But tonight, the Greenmen were waiting, and they had this one circled. I'm pretty certain of that.
Yeah, Chris Vanza's done this to a lot of teams. Against Euclid, 107 yards, 3 touchdowns. Against Twinsburg, 194 yards and 4 touchdowns. So
well, that 90 yards means he's going to be over 100
he's,
pretty easily there.
I think he's having himself another pretty good night here tonight for the Greenmen.
And that's another 1-2 punch when you throw Bubba Arslanian and Vanzo. Both of them run and then don't forget Mac Davis. That's a guy that'll run the zone read with. That's a big kid that can run the football as well. All things clicking for Bob Mihalik and the Greenmen. Very impressive showing. 4-1 Aurora leading 4-1 Highland. We're going to step aside and take a quick timeout as we approach the 9 o'clock hour. It's the Friday Night Huddle. For Dan Lobby, Chris Fedor, I'm Dave Bacon. We'll be back right here on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com.
More sports and Les Levine is live at 6. Then at 7, Access Crew SC. And at 7:30, High School Blitz Preview. It all starts Wednesday night at 6. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Save the tax, save a bundle. This week at Mattress Warehouse, save $900 on our best-selling Sealy Pillow Top with gel foam, just $4.99, and receive a discount equal to the sales tax and a free TV. In fact, save the tax and get a free TV with our most popular Sealy sets. Plus, get 5 years, 0% APR financing and same or next day delivery with qualifying purchases. Save the tax, save a bundle. This week at Mattress Warehouse.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Join Neil Zika
We're gonna have some fun.
and Matt Finkus for the biggest moments.
He's still on his feet.
Top highlights.
Check out that hit.
And in-depth analysis from around Ohio. High School Blitz. Friday nights at 11 with preview shows on Wednesday. Only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Huddle back up, the Friday Night Huddle, along with Dan Lobby from cleveland.com, Chris Fedor from cleveland.com. I'm Dave Bacon. As we approach 9 o'clock, games getting into that fourth quarter. Week 6 of high school football, it's when the playoff teams start to separate a little bit, and we're starting to see that a little bit. I mean, the Aurora Greenmen saying, yeah, we've been there 11 years, 11 straight years. They've made the playoffs, and they're looking every bit like a playoff team here in 2016 as well. That has to be the impressive thing from this Week 6, along with the way the Twinsburg Tigers and the Independence Blue Devils are hanging in, young teams that are really growing in and establishing a program that's on the upward slope.
And the thing that's impressive to me about Aurora, we have shown a lot of highlights from the Green Men tonight, obviously.
A lot of different people.
They deserve it. And that's the thing. Dave, we haven't seen Bubba yet.
No.
So for Aurora to get all these contributions from all these different players and not have one single highlight, not need one single highlight from Bubba, the guy that Coach Mihalik calls one of the best players he's ever coached, I mean, that just goes to show the depth of that program and the overall talent level. And you know what else it shows me? Shows me how freaking good Solon is.
Yeah, absolutely.
For Week 1 to go the way that it did for Aurora and Solon, and for Aurora to be doing this to all these teams since that point, it really shows just how good Solon is.
We're going to check back in with the Twinsburg Stowe Bulldog football game at Twinsburg High School. And here it is, Kyle Van Treese, all kinds of time to throw, throws it up, and that is Jared Wright, the son of Ron Wright, who was coaching at Hudson, took a year away, and that's a heck of a catch by Jared Wright to go up and get it. I tell you, they have some athletic wide receivers. You got Logan Lindsay, Jared Wright, Joe Andresi. Now 28-14, the Stowe Bulldogs leading Twinsburg in the third quarter. So the Bulldogs get 2 touchdowns pretty quickly in the third quarter, but that's what you would expect from a top-ranked team. They're pushed, they're pushed, they're pushed. They're going to push back.
And that was not a pocket that Kyle Van Dries had to throw out, that was just a wall
Right.
in front of him. I mean, they just completely blocked off that Twinsburg defense. He had plenty of time to wait, step in there. And like you said, those receivers, he understands if he puts the ball in the neighborhood, they can go up and get it. And that's what happened against Solon, too, if you go back to that game. Maybe not great throws, but the receivers went and got it.
Now, the one challenge for Twinsburg is they're really undersized compared to that Stowe offensive line. They don't have a guy over 240 that's playing, and those guys go 265, 280. I mean, the Stowe Bulldog offensive line, very big, and Twinsburg's line, a little bit undersized. So points to the Bulldogs for doing what they need to do to take the lead. But again, don't dismiss what this can do for the Twinsburg program. You know, you play like that against one of the top teams in the state, and it's definitely a coaching point.
Yeah, it is. And for Stowe, don't you guys just get the feeling that the Bulldogs feel like, okay, our offense is going to get it going eventually.
Yep.
So even though the Bulldogs only score 14 in the first half, they have so many playmakers, so many weapons around Van Dries, that they have this confidence level that eventually we're going to get it going. So defense, just hang in there, keep doing what you're doing. We'll get our stuff together eventually.
Let's head back to the phone, and Chris Sabo, who provides us, or Jeff Sabo, who provides us an update on the Solon and Mentor game.
Well, the Solon Comets are up 30-8 with 7 minutes and 23 seconds left to go here in this fourth quarter. Thomas Wilkes scored his 11th touchdown of the season to help put the Comets up by a huge lead. And Wilkes has definitely been one of those players that's not really been much of a surprise for the Comets coaching staff, but has really stepped up and made big plays when needed.
And there you see that touchdown. We're looking at that touchdown run. Nice blocking and good cutback by Thomas Wilkes to get into the end zone. Jeff, tell us a little bit about the defense, because if you're holding the Mentor Cardinals to 8 points into the fourth quarter, your defense is playing pretty well.
You said it right. The Comets defense is putting a lot of pressure on Tatarunas. They're blocking off a lot of the passing lanes. And just in the third quarter alone, Tatarunas just couldn't get any passes completed. And he almost had another one picked off. And this Comets defense, especially in the secondary, they have been ready every time that the Mentor Cardinals have tried to go deep.
All right, Jeff Sabo, we appreciate it. Jeff Sabo from Comet Productions, Solon Educational TV, and the Solon Comets getting it done. Thomas Wilkes, I know he's not a surprise to the people who saw him play last year as a JV player, but he burst onto the scene as, you know, when you look at it, 11 touchdowns through 6 games against some of the teams they've played. You add that to the passing game, this offense is very efficient.
And that's how the offense works, right? You have to respect that run game, and the passing game comes out of that run game. Solon is always a very balanced offense. And again, with Bobonics, this is a guy that you like to be able to say to him, you can turn and hand the ball off. You don't have to do everything yourself. You have a guy behind you that you can give the football to, and he can make a play for you.
Okay, you guys are going to focus on the offense. Rightfully so. The offense has warranted that. You kidding me? 8 points to Mentor? Here are the teams so far this year that has held Mentor into single digits. St. Ignatius, St. Xavier, and now so far Solon. So if you're wondering, okay, how good is this Solon defense? What kind of company do they belong in? Well, St. Ignatius, St. Xavier, known for defense for a number of years, and Solon doing to Mentor what only those two other teams have done. You look at the previous weeks for the Cardinals, 37 against Euclid, 41 against Shaker Heights, 8, folks, 8. That's how good Solon's defense is.
I can't argue with you. I've seen them a couple times.
Yeah.
They're very good defense. Let's check in on the Walsh Jesuit game. Warriors fell down early and trying to rally as Walsh Jesuits. Trying to rally, and Padua with the lead. Alex Wheatman, the quarterback, spins into the end zone for the touchdown to cut into that lead. So the Bruins leading 24-10 as Walsh gets into the end zone. And still, Padua leading by 14 now in the fourth quarter of play.
Yeah, and look, good for Walsh to fight back in that game, make it a 2-score game, see if your defense can get you the ball back. But again, the offensive side of the ball has been an issue for Walsh all season long. So that 14-point lead is still a big deficit, even if their defense is able to step up.
Absolutely, but you got to start by scoring a touchdown.
Exactly.
So, way to go, Warriors!
And
Let's see if you can do another one.
Yeah,
see
one
if
of
you
the
can
things you're doing too at the ends of these games is win or lose, you're trying to find some momentum for that next game, and maybe you find something in the way that drive got put together. I don't know.
See, well, at least you found the end zone. That's something to build on.
And Walsh is going to need it. NDCL next week, Hoban the week after, Benedictine, then finish with Lake Catholic. So, yes, if you are looking for something to build on, you're going to need it to build pretty much for the remainder of the schedule that you got going here. It gets tough.
All right, you mentioned NDCL. Let's check back in. NDCL and Benedictine, when we left, the Lions had a 2-point lead. And here is the little touchdown pass. He's grabbing it is Brandon Mounts. As Mounts grabs the touchdown pass from Forbes. And NDCL adds to that lead on Benedictine. Actually, it's 22-20. So Benedictine answered, had the lead, and then NDCL answers and takes the lead right back. It's a sign of a good team when you can answer a score with a score like NDCL just did. It's a good sign for the Lions.
Yeah, a little back and forth game going on there. And then, like you said, when you're NDCL, trying to fight into those playoffs as this season gets later and later and later, you got to keep fighting back, especially when Benedictine has kind of found it again with DeCavalon Reese tonight.
And Benedictine, seriously, they have to be sitting there saying, are you kidding me? This again? This again? We're in another close game? And they're probably also saying, all right, we've got to finish this time, because each and every one of their losses this year has been by a touchdown or less. So they've been close. They've been right there. They just haven't been able to finish. So now that they're in this situation again, can they come up with that big play that they haven't been able to come up with against Watterson, against Cleveland Heights, against Ursuline?
We're going to take a look in. Stowe on the doorstep looking for more. As you see, they've scored 14 in the third quarter to take a 28-14 lead. They give it to Joe Gobble, and Joe Gobble gets inside the 10 down near the 7-yard line. Joe Gobble, middle linebacker last year, steps into the feature back role, vacated by his older brother, Jay Gobble, who is now running the ball for the Youngstown State Penguins. Important to note, first and goal. I told you last week that Matt Restifo was homecoming king. Joe Gobble was homecoming king for the Stowe Bulldogs. I found that out this week, too. So here we go. Play action. Van Treese pressured, throws into the end zone. Incomplete. Intended receiver, Jared Wright, in the back of the end zone. It goes incomplete. Actually, it's Joe Andrasi, 15 and 16. Those are their two wide receivers. Makes it a nightmare from the press box because you can't tell the 5 from the 6. But a good look at Kyle Van Treese. You know, this is a guy that is kind of underappreciated a little bit. Heading to Buffalo, has everything you want, can run a little bit, has a nice strong arm, has done a real good job of decision making. Now second and goal, late third quarter. There's Joe Gobble. Joe Gobble into the end zone, touchdown. The Bulldogs put 21 points on the board in the third quarter to expand their lead to 21, pending the point after. But a good look at Joe Gobble. Not only is he an outstanding running back, he is the Stowe Bulldogs homecoming king for 2016. A guy that does it all because he plays linebacker too.
Yeah, whatever Mark Norrie said in that locker room, if somebody could send me a tape of that so I can just listen to it every morning while I'm getting ready for work or something. But Stowe is just a quick strike offense. They can pass the ball, they can run the ball. And you mentioned it with Kyle Van Treese. He's a little bit underappreciated. Yeah. He's had to grow into that position a lot. He actually took over that position because the quarterback they were expecting wasn't on the team anymore. And he had to grow into it a little bit. And now here he is. He's going to Buffalo.
So good for him. You know, he's done very well. That's a program. Coach Leopold took over, the guy that beats Mount Union from Wisconsin Whitewater. And he's in his second year for the Buffalo Bulls, and that's a program that's going to be on the rise. That's a MAC school to keep an eye on, and Kyle Van Treese obviously will be a part of that. Let's take a look as we're past the 9 o'clock hour. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. And you see Warrensville Heights. This is courtesy of cleveland.com. You see Warrensville Heights leading Lisbon Beaver. Take a look, Kirtland. Independence hanging tough. So nice job, Blue Devils. Independence leading. Crestwood beating Mogador. Look at that. It's 24-7. Crestwood beating Mogador. There's Massillon Jackson. Jackson is the top-ranked team in Division I, Region 1, and looks like they're going to improve to 6-0 as they have a big lead over Glen Oak. Glen Oak, a school that lost Tate Rhodes, who was their starting quarterback in Week 2, and somehow has found a way to win. They're 4-1 coming into this game, but Jackson just a little bit too much leading that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a good football team.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just better than the team you line up across from.
Is it possible to be 5-0 and fly under the radar? Because I feel like there aren't a lot of people talking about the Polar Bears.
Yeah, I think it's a function of Division I, Region 1.
Okay.
You always think of St. Ed's,
right?
St. Ignatius,
right?
Menor,
Stowe this year.
Well, Stowe because they were in the state semis. So, I mean, yeah, at some point, the Bulldog, the Polar Bears have to feel nobody appreciates this. We're 6-0.
We're right on top.
And they haven't really played any high-profile games yet. That's part. Not that they haven't beaten some good teams. They just haven't been high-profile games. I mean, you're talking about Akron East, Mayfield, Boardman, Perry, Lake. Those can be quality wins, but they're just not games that people are going into a Friday night and saying, hey, I got to see what happens in that game.
They're not the sexy wins that Elder beating St. Ed's or I would agree. Time to check back in on the phone. Bill Mayville joins us, and he's at that Brecksville-Nordonia game. Bill, what's going on?
Hey, guys, we've reached the end of the third quarter here, and Brecksville's exploded for 21 points in the third quarter, and they're up now 35-21 going into the final frame.
Bill, was it Sternad? What ignited that Bees offense?
The big thing has been field position for them. With the exception of one touchdown drive, most of their drives have started actually pretty deep in Nordonia territory. Sternad's playing really well. He's finding receivers behind the Nordonia secondary. One touchdown was run. The one actual touchdown that they had that started in their own end actually was set up by a 61-yard catch and run. So they're pretty much finding their stride offensively right now, and Nordonia is struggling to find some traction here in the second half.
Still turning the ball over in that third quarter, or is it more just the defense kind of pinning them back? Talking about Brecksville's defense.
No actual turnovers, but they've had a couple of self-inflicted wounds that kind of hurt them on drives. One, they had a bad punt, and it was coupled with a personal foul that pushed it back, set up a touchdown because Nordonia gave them the ball on their own 25 after the bad punt and the personal foul. They're putting themselves in third and fourth and long situations where they just don't have any opportunity to convert.
Bill Mayville, we appreciate the update. The Bees looking like they're pretty close to advancing to 6-0 on the back of a very strong third quarter, 21 points, and now they push that lead to 35-21. So Nordonia enters the fourth quarter down 14, certainly not out of it, but those 21 straight points in the third quarter, tough to come back from.
We talk about Region 1 a lot.
Yeah.
How about Region 5? You just kind of look at the teams. Brecksville, of course, is in there. Aurora, Copley,
Hudson,
Chardon, Hudson. And you don't talk about loaded regions.
Yeah.
That is absolutely one of the loaded regions.
And I got the sense coming into tonight that maybe people questioned Brecksville Broadview Heights. You see 5-0, but you ask yourself why, how, any question that you have to see if that 5-0 is validated. And I can understand it. The best team that they've beaten up until this point is probably Padua in Week 1. They've played some close games, Brecksville Broadview Heights has. But I get the sense that there are people that wonder about this team, and a win against a team like Nordonia, a team that the Bees lost to last year, a team that I would say prevented the Bees from getting to the postseason last year, that would mean a lot, I would think.
Yeah, and you know what? There may be some questions still. You look at Nordonia and their record. Is it a down year for the Knights? But you know what? As a team, Brecksville can use that as a rallying cry.
Yeah.
Look, we're 6-0 or 5-0, and nobody gives us any credit. That's something that you you kind of build and you go out with a chip on your shoulder.
And listen, there'll be time for them to test themselves.
Sure.
Again, we talked about those last 2 games.
Right.
At Stowe and home against Hudson. So their tests are coming.
Yeah, and
this is a good step for them.
And you can certainly earn some respect the last 2 weeks of the season. Well, you know what? The Twinsburg Tigers, they're not going to go down easily. They've given up 21 points to now trail 35-14. And rolling out, they're in the red zone and sacked. And a nice job as Vandemotter is sacked. And a nice job getting after it by the linebacker, Ryan Stone gets the sack. Now the question is there's a flag on the play, and the preliminary signal was that it was holding. So is it going to be defensive holding or offensive holding?
Either way, I think a teaching moment right there. You saw one of the coaches go right up to Vandemotter. I think he was telling him, hey, look, you did your job. You rolled outside the pocket.
Get rid of it.
You had an opportunity to get rid of it.
Yep.
Do it. You can't take a sack right there. You can't take us out of point spots.
And a good look as the Tigers down 35-14. That game was tied up at 14. And Twinsburg missed the chance to get a point after. And it is holding against the defense, so it's going to be a 5-yard penalty. Or no, it's a face mask penalty, so it's 3rd down, but it will negate the sack. So the ball will be moved back to the 12-yard line. And a little bit of a spread look for the Twinsburg Tigers. Trying to get on the scoreboard. They line up Jared Eaton next to Vandemotter. And that's Eaton. And that's Joe Gobble, middle linebacker, making the play. So the Bulldogs hanging in there, 21-point lead now, trying to make sure that the Twinsburg Tigers earn anything they potentially get on the scoreboard here in the 3rd quarter, early 4th quarter, actually.
And we got a good look at that defense, too, though. They'll hit you. We saw the sack. It was obviously negated. But then that run gets through the line. There's a linebacker waiting right there. So it feels like Stowe has maybe found their stride a little bit. But look, if Twinsburg can get in here and make it a 14-point game, you're making Stowe a little nervous again there.
Well, let's head back to the phones. Ryan Isley is at the Padua game, and let's check in with an update. Padua and Walsh Jesuit. Ryan, what's going on?
Hey, guys. After Walsh Jesuit made it 24-10 Padua on the first play of the 4th quarter on an Alex Whiteman 1-yard touchdown run, it's been all Padua in the 4th quarter as Padua drove down the field, kicked a field goal, and then got another interception, this time by Ben Starkey, who returned it to the 12-yard line. The first play after that was a Trent Kramer 12-yard touchdown run, puts Padua up 34-10. We have just hit the 4-minute mark to go in this ball game. Walsh has the ball, but they are down 24 points here at home.
Ryan, as you look at it, and we're seeing that touchdown run right there, how impressive has the Bruins defense been tonight? We've talked a little bit about, the 34 points. How has Padua's defense played?
I tell you guys, it's been bend but don't break a lot for the most part tonight for the Bruins. Walsh has been able to get yards. Unfortunately for the Warriors, when they need big plays, they just aren't able to come up with them. And then Padua has forced 3 turnovers. The second of those turnovers was a fumble earlier in this half with Walsh driving inside the Padua 20. The Padua defense just gets in there, strips the football, picks it up. And, at that point it was all she wrote because you can tell that Walsh's sideline is getting a little bit frustrated. The offense is getting frustrated because they can't make the big play. And Padua has taken advantage. The 2 interceptions, they have scored on the first offensive play after those interceptions. That's 14 quick points off turnovers, and that'll deflate any football team.
All right, Ryan Isley, we appreciate the update. The Padua Bruins looking impressive as they have a big lead now on Walsh Jesuit. Just over 4 minutes remaining in that football game.
Yeah, Padua, you'd love to get this win, get to 4-2. We've talked about tests awaiting teams. They've got Oban coming up. They've got NDCL, who we've been looking in on tonight against Benedictine. That's, they're either going to be 5-1 or 4-2 after tonight. that schedule gets a little bit tougher for Padua. So to kind of open this game up against Walsh and set themselves up, that's a good thing.
Well, Padua's in the conversation for story of the year here. We're talking about a team that went 1-9 last year.
Yep.
Brand new head coach. And this is a team, and Padua lost to Walsh Jesuit last year. Despite Walsh Jesuit going 3-7 last year, and despite them struggling again this year, Padua lost to Walsh Jesuit 14-7 last year. So to see them make the strides that they've made just from last year up until now, this is a huge turning point for the program.
And look at their losses. Brecksville and West Geauga. Those are good teams.
Right. They lost by 2 against Brecksville, and they lost in the final 27 seconds against West Geauga.
All right, let's check in with Twinsburg and Stowe as the Tigers trying to get on the board here in the second half. Stowe scored 21 straight points. And as we look in and take a look at Twinsburg, and just short of the goal line and a flag on the play, that is the senior quarterback for the Twinsburg Tigers, Jalen Tucker. Also will play some wide receiver, flag on the play, and that's let's see what we got. Personal foul against the Bulldogs. So it's going to be 1st and goal. And you know what? Way to go, Tigers. Fight, get back in, get into the end zone and see what happens. As Stowe has scored 21 straight points in the second half. Game was tied at 14. Twinsburg actually missed a point after attempt that could have given them the lead at halftime, and that's why it was 14-14 now. Stowe has kind of taken control of that game as we are approaching fourth quarter action in all of the games in Northeast Ohio. We're going to step aside, take a quick time out, but don't go anywhere. The Friday Night Huddle will return right here on cleveland.com and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
And the Crew score! To the rim, count it! He's still on his feet!
People got stomped and killed. It was a brutal game.
It was a decade of excellence.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action, get updates as they happen, on cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse. Save hundreds on special purchase Tempur-adjustable bases. Your bed goes up, your bed goes down. But hurry, these won't last long. Save up to $1,000 on select Tempur-Breeze models while supplies last. A Queen Tempur-adjustable set is just $34 a month. All come with 5 years, 0% APR financing or a free TV. Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal, so can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
Monday night is the night for Ohio Sports Talk, and it's all on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. At 6, the self-proclaimed voice of truth and reason takes your calls live on More Sports and Les Levine. Then at 7, Dave Bacon and the boys unload on the weekend sports on Armchair Quarterbacks. And at 8, Bruce Hooley's out to make you the smartest sports fan around. Ohio's biggest night in sports talk. Monday nights only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome back inside the Friday Night Huddle. Dan Lobby from cleveland.com, Chris Fedor from cleveland.com. I'm Dave Bacon. We have student reporters all over the area. Andy Venelak checks in with this highlight from Riverside. He's a Riverside student. Madison leading Riverside 14-0, but Riverside not going to go without a fight. As here it is, Malarak catches it, and it is a 14-7 game now as Riverside gets the touchdown, climbs back to within a score. Madison 14, Riverside 7 in the fourth quarter, and we want to thank our student reporter Andy Venelak for shooting that highlight for us.
And big for Riverside to be hanging in there against Madison 14-7 in the fourth quarter. Last time Riverside beat Madison, 2012, also the last time Madison missed the playoffs. So there might be a little bit of a tie there.
The Blue Streaks struggling a little bit early in this year, but yeah, I mean, down 14-0, Riverside a nice job of coming back.
And Riverside's 10th in Region 5, so every game is big now when you're sitting in that, and you're kind of in the playoffs now when you're sitting in that spot. Every single game becomes a game that if you lose it, it's going to be awfully tough.
And for Madison being on top, 14-7, big turnaround, and this is a team that's probably going to look back at the end of the year and be stung by a couple of losses. They lose by 1 against Geneva in the opener, double overtime loss against Perry. They missed a 44-yard field goal in regulation against Perry that would have given them the win outright. So a couple of missed opportunities early on in the season for the Blue Streaks.
Yeah, and that you look back at that Perry game. Perry is a team that's 5-0 now. So those are the type of ones when you look back at the end of the year and you're not in the playoffs. Those are the ones that you kind of go, ugh, if we could have done that.
Right.
You know.
Right. Especially when you're a team in Madison sitting 23rd right now in D2 Region 5. Those playoff points could have been completely different.
Now you look over at, and we saw on the scoreboard, Independence hanging tough with Kirtland, 20-3. That's, you know, if you're Coach Adams over at Independence, you know, the thing is, Independence has, I believe it's 34 players on their varsity team.
Wow.
So for them to be hanging with a team like Kirtland, that's really good. I mean, that's a sign that your program is headed in the direction you want it to be.
Yeah, because Kirtland, even though they're a Division 6 school,
exactly.
Their sideline looks like a Division 1 sideline because I just think every kid in Kirtland plays football. So to hang with that team that is just so dominant. I mean, if they aren't state champions, they're runners-up.
Right.
That's how it's gone for them every single year.
And when they aren't state champions, they lose to a team from the MAC conference, which has two, sometimes three state champions in that conference. The MAC is one of those programs, one of those conferences that dominates small school football. Well, we do have a final, and it's St. Xavier 31, Elder 7. Steve Speck's Bombers, just a great win. I mean, Elder's very good program. They were 4-1 on the year. And now both these teams are 4-2. And Ohio beware, St. Xavier is pretty tough. You know, their quarterback banged up early in the year. You know, they lost to a team from California, lost to Coleraine in overtime. As we hit week 6, we always say this is where the contenders separate. I think you got to put St. Xavier in the contender category without question.
Yeah, I think they're due for a move up out of the others receiving votes section of the AP poll. Elder, of course, was number 8 in that poll. St. Xavier got 13 votes, and I think they're going to I don't know if they're going to move into the top 10, but they're certainly going to make a case for it.
We talk about statement wins all the time, and Dan said earlier, St. Xavier doesn't have to make a statement, and he's right, but sometimes how you win a game is something that is going to carry over for you or as something that's going to catch the attention of the voters. And I think how they beat Elder tonight, 31-7, putting up 31 points against a defense that had allowed 20 at most week one, against a defense that gave up 62 yards of total offense to St. Ed's in the second half. That's how you make a statement beyond just a win, how you win.
Yeah, and, Elder, again, it's a really good football team. Not only did St. Xavier beat them, they beat them on Elder's home field in the pit. That was a home game for Elder. So great win for Steve Specht and St. Xavier. And Specht is one of those coaches, respected. He is the defensive guru of that 3-3-5 defense, where you have those safety rover guys that you move up, and are they safeties or are they linebackers? Well, they're both, but they can run and they can hit. So
let's give some credit to the folks that put together our Super 25. They've got Xavier at 5. They've got Elder at 12. So, I guess if you're following along on our Super 25, you saw this one coming.
Job well done.
And you know what? Again, it just goes to how tough that schedule for St. Xavier has been. And it doesn't get any easier because they've got Moeller and they've got St. Ignatius. So they'll just continue to play playoff caliber teams all season long. And then when the playoffs come, it's not that big of a deal because we've seen them all anyway.
And that's why for fans out there that say, what's their record again? Why are they lower than this team when they've got a better record? Again, as we talked about last week, not all records are created equal. And sometimes you're going to have a 3-2 team that is ahead of a 5-0 team, or you're going to have a 3-2 team ahead of a 4-1 team, because it's a combination of what have you done, how good are you, and what is your record.
Yeah, without question. And one of the questions we could ask about the Aurora Greenmen, how good are you? They improved to 5-1 on the season with just an impressive win over a previously 4-1 Highland team, 43-10. The Greenmen get it done. They returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown, and they just kept scoring points and scoring points and scoring points against a pretty good Highland team.
Yeah, it's another team, and that AP poll is going to be climbing out of that others receiving votes section real soon. Just kind of doing what Aurora does week in and week out. We mentioned this is a revenge game for the Greenmen. The new jerseys, the black jerseys between Aurora and the Cavs and whomever else might throw them on, is going to become a thing, I think, across Northeast Ohio.
That's exactly right. Some team's going to show up wearing black next week.
Were they
hoping to get the superpowers?
Was Aurora sleeveless like the Cavs?
I don't know.
They had them altered.
Well, obviously, Aurora, an impressive win. Let's check in with Greenman head coach Bob Mahalik.
Coach, did you like the win? How you guys won it?
Well, I think we played strong in all three facets of the game, starting with the kick return for a touchdown. I thought our coverage teams did a great job. Fake punt for a touchdown, and whenever you have two even teams, I think special teams is going to be a difference, and I think it surely was tonight.
There you have Bob Mahalik. Absolutely, if you win special teams, that's one of the three facets of the game, and it can make a huge difference against good teams.
And Highland still in the playoff conversation, so the Hornets have to understand that. Look, lost by 33 tonight. It's going to be tough for them to swallow, especially going into tomorrow. A lot of things that they're going to have to correct going into this week. It's not going to get easier. They've got Copley at home coming up this week, and this is one where they've got to put it out of their memory bank and understand that even though they lost against Aurora, they still have a chance to be in the playoff conversation, which is ultimately where the Hornets want to get to.
But if they beat Copley, that's a team with 4 wins, probably 5 wins by the time they play them. That'll bump them right back into the contention and where they want to be. So let's check in on the phone. Bryant Kaiser was at the Solon Mentor game. Brian, what's going on out at Jerome T. Osborne Stadium?
Final score, 37-8. Solon beats Mentor. Talking with the head coach right now. He's thrilled from Solon, okay? So, it was just run, and stop the Cardinals' offense.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that Solon defense. How big was that? How impressive were the Comets defensively tonight, Bryant?
Oh man, from sideline to sideline, they ran the Cardinals offense down. The running back, the receivers. I mean, they're just all over the place, making tackles. I think Minner was three and out 3 times in the second half. They just could not get anything against Solon's Comets defense.
All right, Brian Kaiser giving us the final score as the Solon Comets improved to 5-1 on the season, and now Mentor won't say they're out of the playoffs because they're still they still have a 5-6 win team in Medina coming, but the Cardinals probably need a little bit of help. But how about those Solon Comets? You talk about a team that's very good. They could, they're a fumble with 38 seconds away against Stowe from being unbeaten.
Yeah, impressive. The one thing about Mentor that really hurts them is they don't have another Region 1 team on their schedule. This was their chance to beat a team ahead of them, and they couldn't do it. But yeah, Solon, the path is clear for them now heading into that Medina game in Week 10. They've got games that you never know when you're talking about high school kids, but they've got games that they should win setting up. And that defense, Chris, you talked about it. That is a legitimate state championship caliber defense.
Well, sure. In the conversation with St. Ignatius and St. Xavier, 3 times Mentor has scored just 1 touchdown in a game, and it was against those teams. So when you're in that conversation, your team like the Comets, you're in that conversation, you're used in the same sentence defensively as St. Ignatius, St. Xavier. It tells you a lot. And imagine being in Division I, Region 1 right now, guys. Solon, coming into the night, was the 6th seed in Division I, Region 1. So you're a team like St. Ed's, maybe Canton McKinley, maybe Stowe, and all of a sudden in the first round of the playoffs, you play a team
you got a home game.
What?
You get to play Solon.
Yeah, I'll trade the home game. Give me somebody else other than that team that's only, in my opinion, going to get better and better and better as the season goes on.
Let's take a live look in as NDCL taking on Benedictine. Time running out in the football game, and NDCL, I'm told, is going to attempt a 60-yard field goal, and they are down 2.
Okay.
So trying to win it with a 60-yard field goal.
Hit from 50 already.
He did. Snap and set are good. It's blocked. It is blocked. Great penetration by the Bengals, and they are down 1. But the Benedictine Bengals special teams come up with a play to block the field goal, 23-22, as they trot out and try a 60-yard field goal. And that's one of the dangers. You got to kick the trajectory low. There's a lot of things that go into it, but you know what? We saw him hit from 50 yards earlier tonight. And he had a little bit of extra juice, so if I'm there, I'm trying that same thing.
And for Benedictine, big picture, North Coast League Blue Division, you are now 1-0 in conference play. And at the beginning of the season, new head coach Carter Wheelo said it's about winning the division and it's about getting to the playoffs. Playoffs coming into the night looked like they were out of the question, or they're far away from the question. 23rd in Division III, Region 10, but a huge step for Benedictine, a team that had not been able to win close games this year. They hadn't been able to come up with the plays to win those close games. They finally come up with the play tonight against NDCL, and they win their first conference game, something that I think is going to matter a lot to the Bengals.
The other thing that tonight shows, special teams really matter. I mean, we say it all the time, but you look at Aurora. They take the opening kickoff back for a touchdown. They also have a fake punt that they score on. And now Benedictine blocks a 60-yard field goal that, could have won the game for NDCL. There's a reason they say three facets to the game, and special teams matter, especially when good teams are playing each other.
Yeah, it changes a game. When a game starts with a kickoff return for a touchdown like that, it changes a game. Or when a team scores and then the ensuing kickoff gets returned for a touchdown, it just changes everything. Special teams are, you have to have a different kind of mentality to play special teams sometimes. And we saw tonight how much they changed things, and like you said, the trajectory of that kick. I mean, you can't blame anybody really.
Right.
No,
I mean, the kid's got to kick it low, and a good job by Benedictine to understand that. Get your arms up, get him on the football.
Well, we have already told you that the Solon Comets have defeated the Mentor Cardinals. Our Jeff Sabo has Solon head coach Jim McQuaid. Let's check in with Jeff Sabo and Jim McQuaid.
Coach, they always say defense wins championships. Your defense definitely stepped up tonight.
Well, everything we do from the first day in January when we start, we talk about our defense, and especially in the second half, our offense put our defense in a real bind, and they just kept responding, and then we were able to make some plays. So we haven't won here in a long time. 2010 was the last time we won over here, so it was a big deal for us to come here and get a victory tonight.
And speaking to that offense, just taking a look at that, Joe Bubonics, 2 rushing touchdowns tonight. You also had Jake McCurry and then Thomas Wilkes. A lot of things were clicking tonight.
Well, those guys have been good players all year, and we need them to be good players for us to succeed. So we'll enjoy tonight and go back to work tomorrow.
Man, y'all sprint on defense. Y'all sprint from corner to corner. Y'all play up. I mean, they go and run left. Y'all got some speed. Still got some speed on that defense.
Well, we think our niche is we can run.
Yes.
That's our niche. We're not real big, and we talk about run. Our motto is always run and hit. So that's what we're going to try and do, and we're going to live with our defense, and hopefully our offense will make plays and be consistent of both throwing and running.
That ground game, almost over 300, probably over 300 yards total offense. And y'all just stop Mentor time and time again. Talk about this defense. I don't think y'all give up 68 points.
Well, that's from day one. When we first start meeting, we talk about our defense. So we're gonna ride our defense. They're gonna be the guys to make the plays for us, and we're gonna go from there. And last year we did not run the ball well at all, and we worked very hard in the offseason to run the ball better, and I think we've done a better job of that. But we still got a lot of work to do,
You can really pick your poison. You got Mason, you got Wilkes, you got
We have good players, yes we do, but like I said, it's only game 6,
yes,
so
right.
there's a lot more we want to accomplish. Our first goal is to win our league, and then if we win our league, then we think we have, the playoffs will take care of itself, and then we got to move on from there. But we got a big game next week on the road again at Strongsville, so we'll be back at it tomorrow morning for sure. All right?
All right, thanks, Coach.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
All
you.
right, that is the Friday night Huddle version of double coverage. We've got Jeff Zabo, Comet Productions, Bryant Kaiser from cleveland.com, both double teaming the coach. But you know what?
That's probably how Mentor felt all night. Had no place to go.
It's kind of interesting because anytime you talk to Coach McQuaid, his thing is defense, defense, defense. And this defense, they're legit. They swarm. You see a number of guys get to the football. I think the strength of it is their running backs. Their linebackers play sideline to sideline, and they're fast and they're physical. And if you have a linebacking core that can cover that much ground and hits, it's a big step towards being a very good defense.
That's what he said, run and hit. That's what they want to do. Maybe they're not real big, but they want to run and hit. And they were obviously doing that tonight against Mentor.
You also get the sense that Solon has this little checklist of theirs. The seniors wanted to get Aurora because of what happened last year. The seniors wanted to get Euclid because of what happened last year. Obviously, Coach McQuaid talked about we haven't won at the JTO in a number of years, so they wanted to win on the road against Mentor. They want to win their league. They obviously want to get to the playoffs. I think the only thing at this point that they have on that checklist that they haven't been able to check off is that win against Stowe, because Stowe is the team that got them last year, and Stowe got them again this year. So aside from that checklist, you're going down the list there, and you're making marks on all those things.
Yeah, without question, so check so far for the Comets. They're 5-1 and looking pretty good. Well, a team that had a big win is the Padua Bruins. And Ryan Isley has a new head coach at Padua, Mike Polvasic, and he talked to him after the Bruins' big win.
I don't think a lot of people expected us to be here, but I put it on them that we could be here, and I'm very happy where we are right now.
Coach, you have a quarterback that not only can put up the numbers, make the throws, make the plays, but also seems to be able to run this offense flawlessly, make the right reads, and not turn the football over. How big has that been for you this year?
Well, I think Kevin Peterson's going to be one of those names that you're going to start knowing and hearing around Northeast Ohio. He has all the qualities and attributes of of a leader, and he can play football, and he's doing a great job for us at our quarterback position. It benefits me and my staff so well that he can run the offense, put the ball where it needs to go, and it's everything from when it's time to just hand it off and grind meat. He does that, but he also knows how to make big throws and convert big plays for us.
Well, obviously Mike Plavasic has to be thrilled. You mentioned Padua, a team that won just one game, and a nice win tonight, and now they're over 500.
And now they get Hoban.
Wow. So there's
let
some,
him enjoy it.
there's some coaching moments. Okay, I'll give you that. Way to ruin the field there, Dan. Well, you have the Division III team that's in the Super 25 Top 10 coming up. That has a lot of Division I recruits.
This is obviously a good momentum for them,
Yeah.
and they are one of the really great stories so far this season. And with Kevin Peterson, like he said, he's going to be a household name at some point with the way he's been playing. Well, take him to Hoban and see what happens. Actually, they're welcoming Hoban to their place, so even better.
A number of games have gone final. We're going to step aside, take a quick time out here on the Friday Night Huddle. We'll be back after this quick time out on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
Crew SC Match Day. Every match, 30 minutes before the kick. Delivering everything fans need to know. With live reports, unmatched analysis, club news, and more. After the game, stay here for Crew SC Post-Match. From the biggest moments to the road ahead, Crew SC Match Day and Crew SC Post-Match. Only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Save the tax, save a bundle. This week at Mattress Warehouse. Save $900 on our best-selling Sealy Pillow Top with gel foam, just $4.99, and receive a discount equal to the sales tax and a free TV. In fact, save the tax and get a free TV with our most popular Sealy sets. Plus, get 5 years, 0% APR financing and same or next day delivery with qualifying purchases. Save the tax, save a bundle. This week at Mattress Warehouse.
Welcome back inside the Friday Night Huddle. I'm Dave Bacon. Glad you joined us here on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com. Dan Lobby from cleveland.com. Chris Fedor from cleveland.com. As I mentioned, I'm Dave Bacon. And guys, week 6 games are going final. I think one of the most impressive things that we've seen, without question, the way that Aurora got after it early and stayed after it. And a battle of 4-1 teams, and they improved to 5-1 pretty convincingly over Highland.
Yeah, 43-10. I mean, I don't think any of us saw that coming. I don't think Aurora winning is that big of a surprise. It's nothing against Highland, obviously, but because they're both good teams. But 43-10, and now, if you're looking to circle some games for Aurora, how about Copley in a couple weeks? I think that's a game that we're going to be talking about here on this show in 2 weeks.
Yeah, that again, Copley. Stumbled a little bit early, but that's a team many thought could potentially challenge for a state championship. And, they've got Weston Bridges, talented running back, headed to Michigan State. Austin Brenner, multi-year starter. They've got an offensive line that's experienced, a defense that's experienced. It'll be interesting to see. You know, the Aurora game will be a test for them without question.
And another game that we talked about at the beginning, and it has gone final, Canton-McKinley beating Uniontown Lake 20-14 in double overtime. This was a game, again, for McKinley, an offense that had been rolling, an offense that is very, very explosive. I would say that it tells you a lot about Uniontown Lake, even in a loss going into double overtime against Canton-McKinley. And before tonight, the only loss was against Jackson, their first loss of the year. So
Last week,
yeah. Right. So this is a team in Lake that has shown, okay, yes, they have lost some games. They've played against some top competition, but they belong in that conversation as well.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, Lake is in the Federal League. Uniontown Lake is in the Federal League. They're a Division II team. Now, McKinley and Jackson, both in the Federal League, Division I, Region I, both those teams won. So that kind of forces the hand.
Right.
And I tell you, who really gets hurt by those Federal League teams at the top of Division I, Region I winning is Menor, because now with the losses, they need those teams to lose, and that's the help that I'm talking about. Menor's in some dire straits in Division I, without question.
Yeah, came in tonight ranked 11th. That's obviously going to change, and we've talked so much just about how stacked that region is.
Yep.
I mean, Solon won, McKinley won, Stowe's going to win. I mean, it's going to be tough to find enough losses to help Menor get up into that top 8.
And don't forget, St. Ignatius is sitting at 9. They'll move up. That'll probably bump somebody out of that as well. So Glen Oak was in that. They lost or were losing. So that'll bump one of those teams down a little bit as well. But, you know, Division I, Region I, it's going to be kind of the Survivor Series. Which ones can survive and get one of those 8 spots for the playoffs?
And then when you do, you know, like you guys mentioned, congratulations, you get to host one of the toughest teams in the state, whoever that might be.
And the interesting thing for a team like St. Ignatius, not taking anything away from the Wildcats at all, certainly been the response season that they were looking for. Their bigger tests are still to come. So there are some teams in Division I, Region I that maybe have a worse record, but they tested themselves early on in the season to get ready for what was to come. For St. Ignatius, they haven't gotten as many tests at the beginning of the year, and now still to come, they have Glen Oak, they have Muller, they have St. Ed's, and they've got St. Xavier. So you wonder, just wondering, if they're ready for that step up in competition that they're about to see here at the end of the season. It's St. Ignatius, so you would like to think yes, no question about that, but still a question that I think the Wildcats have to answer.
Yeah, without question. Well, we have another game that has gone final from Division I, Region I. The Stowe Bulldogs score 28 unanswered points, and they win by a final score of 42-14. You didn't hear me wrong. It was tied at 14 at half between Stowe and Twinsburg. Twinsburg actually missed a point after that could have given them the halftime lead. 42-14. The Stowe Bulldogs stay a perfect 6-0 now on the season as they beat Twinsburg. Our Gabby Cruz had head coach Mark Norrie of the Stowe Bulldogs with that impressive second half.
To be honest, we just don't need to execute. So we had some plays that were there and we just didn't make them. We had to stay together. You know, it was a good thing. I thought we came unwrapped a little bit in the second quarter. And, you know, we made some mistakes. You know, we didn't have to finish
Obviously, couldn't hear Mark Norrie's thoughts, but you would have liked to have heard what he said at halftime, and I can be sure it was, let's get back to doing what we do. And they're a physical team. They got a big offensive line, and they were pretty effective running the football in that second half.
Sometimes you just have to remember who you are, right? Sometimes you come out and you get into a game that's maybe a little closer than you expect, and you have to just be reminded, look, huge up front. We can hit on defense. We can hit the big play. Just go out there and do what you've been doing all season long. Don't get worried about where we are right now. Just do what you've done all year.
Was that win serious? Put up 42 in that kind of wind? Did you hear that? That's even more impressive from Stowe's standpoint. We knew the Bulldogs could score. We didn't know that they could score in a wind tunnel.
Well, maybe they were running downwind and it kind of lifted them up and got them into the end zone. I'm just going to go with that. Let's check back in with one of our student reporters, Derek Demlow from Medina. 41-7. The Bees stay perfect, and Derek has some post-game. Derek?
All right, this is Derek Demlow reporting in for the last time tonight at Brunswick for the Brunswick and Medina game. Medina ended up coming through. 41-7 was the final score. And let's take a look at the second half. At the very first possession of the third quarter, it was Medina's, and it resulted in a 20-yard pass to number 7 wide receiver Dylan Fultz for the 5th touchdown of the game, resulting in the 34-7 score at the time. After that, the third quarter wasn't super interesting, but in the middle of the fourth quarter, Medina had another chance to make it all the way to the end zone and score another touchdown, but Brunswick had stopped them with a pass interception and was within 16 yards of their own end zone. So Medina's defense had to work really hard to try and fight them back, and they certainly did that tonight. Brunswick had made it to the 4th-yard line, and they were first down, prime time, able to make another touchdown, but Medina's defense just fought so hard they kept them back the entire 4 downs and ended up getting the ball back the 1-yard line. And after that possession, they had brought it all the way back to the other end of the end zone, with quarterback Gavin Montgomery having a fake handoff for another 11-yard gain. He did a great job tonight in place of John Curtis. Very well done. And after that, he had a pass to number 28 running back Heath Tector for the 6th and final touchdown of the game, resulting in the 41-7. And that was it. This was a very well-fought game. Brunswick fought very hard, and it was amazing to watch them try and fight off Medina's explosive offense, but Medina must have just fought a little bit harder tonight. So Medina has a pretty secure place in the playoffs right now. Brunswick still leading that 0-3 conference record, and Medina with their 3-0. And with that, I will end it. All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much.
There's our student reporter, Derek Demlow from Medina. Well done, Derek. 41-7. Well done, Medina Bees as well. That's a team in Division I Region 2 to kind of keep an eye on as they improve to 6-0 on the season.
I would think that's got to give the Bees a lot of confidence as well. Obviously, Brunswick is struggling this year. The Blue Devils not having the year that they want to be having, but for Medina to play first game without quarterback John Curtis and be able to win in convincing fashion, being able to lean on the defense, being able to lean on Jimmy Daw, being able to lean on all these different weapons, I would say that that's a big confidence booster moving forward, knowing that they can win that impressively without their starting quarterback and one of the most important players on the roster.
Still have Jimmy Daw. You have Jimmy Daw. You have a guy that can run the football, and your defense can play some football as well.
Yeah, and look, they trust their backup quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
Their head coach said he's a guy that he believes could start in a number of different places. So that helps. But again, like you said, Chris, to come out and be able to lean on Jimmy Daw a little bit, just get that first win under your belt with this guy. Just let this team build trust in him that this guy can still take us where we thought we could go before John Curtis got hurt.
And again, Jimmy Daw having a historic year has already set, a school record for touchdowns. And he said it in week 5.
Week 5, yeah.
So he's having a pretty good year.
Decent.
I'm gonna state the obvious. He's doing okay.
Would be killing it on high school fantasy teams.
Well, we're approaching the 10 o'clock hour. We're going to step aside, take a quick time out. We'll have finals continue to roll in right here on the Friday Night Huddle on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com. We'll be right back.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
American Dental Centers is proud of the relationships we've developed with our patients over the years. I'm Dr. Sam Jaffe, and I'd like you to meet some of them.
My mom has taken me to American Dental Center since I was in 2nd grade. I used to have a huge hole in my mouth, which they fixed. Since then, it has greatly boosted my confidence.
We'd be honored to have you as one of our patients. Call us today for an appointment today.
We are a team. We are the playmakers. We are the game changers. We are the victors. We are the underdogs. And that's why we are football. We are high school sports.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal, so can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse. Save hundreds on special purchase Tempur-adjustable bases. Your bed goes up, your bed goes down. But hurry, these won't last long. Save up to $1,000 on select Tempur-Breeze models while supplies last. A queen Tempur-adjustable set is just $34 a month. All come with 5 years, 0% APR financing or a free TV. Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse.
There is a place where dreams arise, stars are born, and greatness is made. What you live for lives here. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, classic teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action, get updates as they happen, on cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
Monday night is the night for Ohio sports talk, and it's all on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. At 6, the self-proclaimed voice of truth and reason takes your calls live on More Sports and Les Levine. Then at 7, Dave Bacon and the boys unload on the week in sports on Armchair Quarterbacks. And at 8, Bruce Hooley's out to make you the smartest sports fan around. Ohio's biggest night in sports talk. Monday nights only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome back to the Friday Night Huddle here on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com. I'm Dave Bacon. Glad you joined us along with Dan Lobby, Chris Fedor. We are wrapping up week 6 of high school football across the state of Ohio. Hard to believe we're already halfway done. One of the games we followed pretty much all night was Benedictine's impressive win over Notre Dame Cathedral Latin. Matt Gould checked in with head coach Carter Wheelo of the Benedictine Bengals. Matt, take it away.
you were up against it this week. I mean, what was the mood like with this team? And
It's funny. Our Abbott went over to Rome, and he came back and did our mass today. And he asked each guy to stand up and say what they were feeling, about the moment, about the season. And a lot of guys started saying, we believe, we can still do it, anxious, excited. So we just challenged it. We got to believe in each other. John Dozen missed the field goal in Ursuline that would have won it. Right? He's overcome so much, and when it was fourth down, we all looked at each other and said, we got to kick this thing, and Dozen's going to nail this thing, and we're going to win it. So to see that we came full circle in that is a credit to those guys in that room. I mean, we believe those kids. We talked after the Erie Prep game. We talked after Bishop Watterson losing, and I mean every single game this year has come down to one play, and we finally learned how to make one play and win a game. So it's super exciting. I mean, a win is a tough thing. Around here, a win, that is a really, really, really good football team.
And that's the thing, every one of your guys' games has been down to the last possession.
It's my hair is going to be gone. My wife's not going to be happy, but that's why we play here. That's why we play at Benedictine. We know we're going to get the best from everybody, and we got to bring our best. You can see at times we don't have a punter. How many times did our defense have to go on that field on our own, inside our own 40-yard line? I'm going to count it tomorrow and be absolutely just sickening. But the fact that they stopped them repeatedly, field goal, field goal, field goal, field goal. It was Coach Manillo, the defensive staff. It was a great effort, and we just, we learned, and we finally got a win. And you could see in there that they were relieved that, okay, we still know how to win here, and we believed in it, and the coaching staff and Abbott Gary had I don't know, he always finds a way to have the perfect message at the perfect time, and it was something that I'll remember this one for a long, long time now.
Carter Wheelo, happy that his 1-4 Benedictine Bengals beat 4-1 NDCL, came down to the final play, and the Bengals get it done. So a nice job by Carter Wheelo, first-year head coach at Benedictine, as they now improve to 2-4 on the year, and NDCL falls to 4-2. Let's head to the phones as Jeff Sabo from Comet Productions, Solon Educational Television, joins us after the Comets defeat the Menor Cardinals. Jeff, you have to be impressed with the way the Comets played tonight.
Not only tonight, but just the entire season. You have Joe Bubonics in at quarterback, who spent the previous 3 seasons as a defensive back. He's really made the adjustment well and to playing the quarterback position, and especially when you take a look at what he did tonight. Rushing for 2 touchdowns. He was really a key part of the offense, not only tonight, but for the entire season.
Jeff, you've seen the Comets. Talk a little bit just about how important Thomas Wilkes has been. This is a guy that's, again, a first-year starter at running back, and he fits perfectly and complements the wide receivers in the passing game. He is exactly what the Comets offense needs running the football.
I agree, and something that is interesting about Thomas Wilkes, he is a 3-sport athlete. He also runs track and plays basketball at Solon High School, and just communicating with head coach Jim McQuaid over there, he just says that he has great field vision, he does his cuts well, and for a lot of the other games this season, Solon really wanted to establish the running game, and Wilkes has been a big part of that. There's been multiple games in which he's had 3 touchdowns and 126 yards rushing. So having him in the backfield has really helped the Comets out in a lot of games.
Okay, we're going to switch focus and talk a little bit about the defense now. You've seen pretty much every game the Comets have played. What jumps out about that unit? That unit is definitely getting it done this year. What is it about them impresses you the most?
Well, just taking a look at their linebacking core, you have number 23, Matt Brown, in there, one of the captains, and then Casey Maniglia, who actually returned tonight after an injury, after being out 2 weeks. Those two linebackers have really stood up and really played well defensively on that side of the football. Then you also have Melvin Jackson. He was inactive tonight, however, For a lot of the other games that the Comets have played, Melvin Jackson has really stepped up and made some key stops. Number 51, Davion Parker on the defensive line, someone who is really a surprise to the coaching staff. Really can penetrate the ball and really rush the quarterback and get a lot of key players in the backfield. Then, of course, you have the secondary with the McCurry brothers, J.T. Caver. So it's just overall a lot of different ways that this Comets defense can really make it tough for any offense on the field.
Jeff, you mentioned some of the questions that Solon had coming into the season and some of the changes that they made. Curious, how have the expectations changed around the school with the way that they've played at the start of this year?
Just with the expectations, I don't think that the expectations were necessarily low going into the season. I think just with, I think everybody's eyes were opened just with week 1 at Aurora, where here at the Comets went into what was supposed to be a very tough game for them and ended up scoring over 20 points, going into halftime. And I think that really kind of set the season in motion and really kind of opened up the eyes to a lot of people, really realizing that this Comets team has a lot of potential. They really do have the opportunity to not only win a lot of games this season, but possibly do a deep playoff run.
Jeff Savo, we appreciate it. Jeff is from Comet Productions, Solon Educational TV. Great job. As always, Jeff, we appreciate it very much. We're going to check back in with Bill Mayville. He was over at the Brecksville-Nordonia game, and Bill has Jason Black, head coach of the Brecksville Bees.
Well, what Nordonia was doing in the first half, it really caught us a little bit off guard. They were playing a little different, and what we needed to do was we needed to relax, we needed to calm down a little bit and make some plays that we knew that we had in front of us. The difference between the first half and the second half is we made the plays that were there in the second half. In the first half, we had 3 drives in a row that we were stopped and a mental error stopped, and then Nordonia, we have a turnover. So we just can't afford to do that to ourselves as we keep playing through.
The play of your defense, especially down the stretch, you made a couple big plays, kept them off the board late in the game. Talk about the play of your defense, please.
Well, we have a mantra on our team. It's called pound the rock. So at all times, you keep swinging. You never know what swing is going to break the rock, and our defense played that way today. I mean, there was plays where absolutely we missed tackles. We didn't play it well. We didn't do some things well. But in the end, the defense fought together, came together, and was able to get enough stops to give our offense the ball and go ahead and move on from there.
The big plays in the second half, Luke had 2 or 3 really long passes. Was it a matter of an adjustment, or was it just taking something different? Or?
Well, I mean, our offense is designed to take what's in front of you, and then when you start taking what's in front of you, the offense will give up we'll be able to take the big plays. So Luke was just patient with what was in front of him, and then he was able to read the deep pass, and he's one of the best deep ball throwers in the area, and he was able to show that off today.
Rivalry game next week, North Royalton. Quick 5-second preview.
It's going to be a tough game. We love it, though.
Well, there you have it. Jason Black, a happy man, as his Brecksville Bees 6-0 now, 42-35. They defeat Nordonia. So that's an impressive win.
Yeah, and Bill brought it up. Rivalry game next week. You know what you do? You throw that 1-5 for North Royalton out the window, and that 6-0 for Brecksville out the window, and you line it up and go at it. That should be an interesting game, even though the records are so far apart.
Yeah, you never know what to expect with those kinds of games, but for Brecksville Broadview Heights, feel like they got the cushion that they need going into the final stretch of their regular season schedule if they're going to try and make a push to the playoffs. They have Stowe waiting, Hudson waiting. Those are the last 2 games. And even if Brecksville doesn't win those 2 games, because they've built this cushion, because they've started 6-0, because they've beaten Nordonia in a way that they didn't beat Nordonia last year, it gives them such a good opportunity to get into the postseason no matter what happens at the end.
They're in great shape here in week 6. Just have to keep it rolling. And in fact, if they get one of those 2, they're probably looking at a home first-round playoff game if they get one of those last 2. Either Stowe or Hudson. Well, let's head to the phones. Ryan Isley joins us to wrap up the Padua-Walsh Jesuit game. Ryan, what jumps out about this one for you?
Guys, what really jumped out about me was a couple of things. Number one, it was Padua's ability to just step on the throats of the Walsh Jesuit team once they got turnovers. As I said to you guys earlier, they scored on the play after a turnover, 2 off the 3 turnovers that they had. I talked to Kevin Peterson after the game, the quarterback for Padua, and he said that is their mentality. That Coach Pohl, as they call him, has been telling them, step on the throat, keep your foot on the gas, make the big play, and take advantage when we get the football, especially in great position. And that's what they did tonight. Like I said, they picked up 3 turnovers when they really needed them. Coaching staff was telling me that the biggest one they thought even was the third quarter. Beginning of the third quarter, I was told they were, Walsh was kicking our butts all over the field. We'd pick up a turnover, and that just kind of changed momentum back into Padua's favor. Padua was up 21-3 at the time, made it 24-3. Walsh then made it 24-10. Padua then scored those last 10 points of the game to finish it off and to really take advantage of everything that Walsh gave them tonight.
Ron, this has to be a game that Coach Pulvasic thinks kind of sets them in the right direction. 4-2. Very different feel being 4-2 as opposed to 3-3. I know it's only one game, but when you go multiple games over 500, it's a great feeling as a team.
Absolutely, and I asked Coach Pulvasic point blank, have you been looking at the playoff scenario, and how long have you been looking at the playoff scenario, and how big of a game was this considering you went up to beat a D2 team tonight? He told me, absolutely, it was in the back of our minds that it's a D2 win, it's a rivalry win, but most importantly, we get those points for going up and playing a D2 team. And he said, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, I'm always thinking about the playoffs. He said that when he came in here, he told this team that even though they were 1-9 last year, they are going to do everything they could to make a run into the playoffs and to put themselves in position to try to win a state championship. He told me everybody thought he was crazy, but they have put the wheels in motion now. And as you said, 4-2, they come in, they beat Walsh at Walsh Jesuit, a Division II team, sets them up in the North Coast League with the first win. But again, it sets them up going deep into the season with just 4 weeks to play and getting all of those computer points that you possibly can to try to make that run at the playoffs. Very impressive for a team, like I said, that was just 1-9 last season.
Ryan Isley, great work. We appreciate the constant updates as Padua improves to 4-2. And what he touched on is when you play a bigger school, you get a half-point difference, first-level points. So basically, size of school and how many wins the school has is what matters in the computer points.
3-1 against Division II this year. That was their last game against a Division II school, 3-1. Their only loss to Brecksville, 36-34. So they've been very good against Division II teams this season.
And you know what? He's building a program. We've talked about it. That's another step in building a program for Coach Pulvasic. Well, we're going to check in with Tim Bielek. Tim was at Kirtland and Independence. And Tim, you had to be impressed with the way the Blue Devils hung in there.
Yeah, definitely. The game did not go Independence this way, but they got plenty to be proud of. Kirtland ended up winning that game 27-11. Kirtland a 21-0 third quarter to put the game away. Joey Tarak had a nice evening for himself, 208 yards and 2 touchdowns as Kirtland stays undefeated, 6-0.
As you look at it, typical Kirtland team, don't run a whole lot of different plays, just run them really, really well.
Absolutely. They averaged about 7 yards per carry. Pretty much most of the game was that full house backfield, just different ways to hand the football off and rely on that offensive line, just turn on a handful of plays. They had about 5 different guys by the numbers I have from the Kirtland guys, with at least 7 carries. So they really spread the football around on the ground.
What about the defense? How is this year's Kirtland defense? And another thing I'll ask you, what really stood out about Kirtland tonight? What kind of jumped out at you?
Well, Kirtland's defense held Independence, which is a team that had 41 points in each of the last 3 games, to just 3.7 yards of play. Independence was able to get some plays early, but Kirtland was able to just slow them down when they needed to. Kirtland was actually -1 turnover differential, but what they did was they were able to really limit the big plays Independence had. Independence threw for about 130 yards, but they only completed 11 of 38 passes in the process, so they made it really hard for Independence to do much consistently offensively.
You mentioned Torok. That's a guy that's a smaller guy. That's a sophomore. How impressive was he? And how happy do you think Tiger Laverty is that he's got this year and 2 more with this guy?
Oh, he's got to be happy with it. we know Kirtland is definitely a power football team, but to have a speedy back like Tarak in there and making plays definitely adds a nice dimension to this Kirtland team.
Tim Bielek, we appreciate it. He wraps up Kirtland. Again, looking impressive as they improved to 6-0 with a win over Independence, and the Blue Devils now 4-2. We're going to step aside, take a quick timeout. We'll be back with more of the Friday Night Huddle. Dan Lobby, Chris Fedor, I'm Dave Bacon. We'll be right back here on cleveland.com and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
And the crew score! To the rim, count it! He's still on his feet!
People got stomped and killed. It was a brutal game.
It was a decade of excellence.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action, get updates as they happen, on cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse. Save hundreds on special purchase Tempur-adjustable bases. Your bed goes up, your bed goes down. But hurry, these won't last long. Save up to $1,000 on select Tempur-Breeze models while supplies last. A queen Tempur-adjustable set is just $34 a month. All come with 5 years, 0% APR financing or a free TV. Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal, so can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
Monday night is the night for Ohio Sports Talk, and it's all on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. At 6, the self-proclaimed voice of truth and reason takes your calls live on More Sports and Les Levine. Then at 7, Dave Bacon and the boys unload on the week in sports on Armchair Quarterbacks. And at 8, Bruce Hooley's out to make you the smartest sports fan around. Ohio's biggest night in sports talk. Monday nights only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome back inside the Friday Night Huddle here on cleveland.com and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. I'm Dave Bacon, joined by my Huddle teammates, Dan Lobby, Chris Fedor. Let's head back to the phones and check in with Bill Mayville. We've just heard him doing a post-game interview with Jason Black. Brecksville wins over Nordonia by 7. Bill, what jumps out to you about the Bees getting this one?
You know, it was really a tale of two halves for Brecksville. The first half, defense really ruled the day for them, 4 interceptions. But Nordonia's defense was able to limit the damage off those. They held Brecksville to just 7 points off those turnovers. In the second half, there was no such luck for the defense. The Brecksville offense found their stride and found it in a big way. They exploded for 21 points in the third quarter, and Luke Sternad really turned it around from the first half. The first half, he was 5 of 10 for 71 yards. And in the second half, he finished with 18 of 32 for 341 and 3 touchdowns. So in the second half, he really turned it up, and they found some holes behind the Nordonia secondary, and they exploited them.
What really jumps out about this Bees team? Now they're unbeaten, maybe not getting as much love as an unbeaten team might deserve. What about this team jumps out now that you've seen them play?
You know, I think going into the game, I think people didn't really know what to think about this Bees team because the wins they had weren't what you would look at and say, wow, that's really a signature type win. You know, the wins over Fairfield Heights and Brunswick, Cuyahoga Falls, and Padua in week 1, and last week was Twinsburg. So there wasn't anyone there that really jumped out and said, wow, this is that's really a statement kind of win for them. They've been putting up numbers against everyone, averaging almost 41 points a game, and they did it again tonight. So the thing that really stands out is they have a few offensive weapons, and they spread the ball around really well, and their quarterback is he's smart, he's efficient, he takes what defense gives him, and when he finds an opening, he exploits it. So the offense is really what jumped out at.
How impressive was Luke Sternad, the quarterback? You kind of touched on that second half that he had. Was it as big of a show as it sounds like it was?
Yeah, they had several long plays. He hit, and I'm going to probably butcher his last name, but Anismo, a couple times behind the defense. One was 61 yards, one was 53 yards. They found some holes, and Sternad put the ball on the money every time, and they really exploited every opening they found. So, in talking to Jason Black after the game, their offense is designed to just take what the defense gives them, and they knew that they missed some opportunities in the first half, so they wanted to make sure they took some shots, and when they did, they actually hit in the second half and really kind of put the game away for them.
Bill Mayville, great work. We appreciate the constant updates as Brecksville improves to 6-0 as they knock off the Nordonia Knights by 7 points.
Yeah, and let's credit Nordonia for fighting back in that game. Yep. We've talked about the young quarterback in that situation. They battled back. They made it interesting, had an onside kick to maybe try and get back in the game and tie it up. But Brecksville a little too much offensively, and here they are at 6-0.
Well, as we get towards the end of our show, it's time to update our Super 25, a look at how the top 25 teams in our Super 25 poll did tonight. Hudson defeats Cuyahoga Falls 37-6. The Explorers now 5-1. Canton McKinley, as you mentioned, Chris, 5-1. Double overtime it takes them, but they defeat Uniontown Lake 20-14. Mason loses to top-ranked Cincinnati Colerain, but the Comets hang in there 30-16. Columbus St. Francis de Sales, one of their rivalry games against Columbus Bishop Watterson. Private school powers down Columbus way as de Sales improves to 6-0 with a 32-8 win. Massillon Jackson, the top team in the computer Division I Region
21, huh? 21.
35-10. They're now 6-0. They beat Glen Oak in a Federal League battle. Solon, we've talked about this quite a bit. They defeat Mentor 37-8. They're now 5-1. Hilliard Bradley loses as they lose to Dublin Scioto 20-6. So Bradley now 5-1. Fairfield defeats Cincinnati Sycamore. That's a close one, 35-27. So Fairfield now 5-1. Trotwood Madison improves to 4-1. They defeat West Carrollton 66-6. Avon still a perfect 6-0. Is no trouble at all with the Lakewood Rangers. 42-6 they win. Into the top 15 we go. Dublin Kaufman beat Marysville last night, so they're 5-1. Moeller, wow, they get it put to them by Cincinnati LaSalle. That's that GCL South League that's just nasty. 3-3 on the year. Moeller falls to. St. Ignatius 4-1 plays 4-1 Parma tomorrow evening at Byers Field. We mentioned Elder loses to St. Xavier, and it's a 31-7 win for St. Xavier. An impressive win. Elder falls to 4-2. Pick Central in progress. They're 4-1 on the year, playing down in Central Iowa. 7:30 start down there. Upper Arlington, a 14-0 win over Westland. They're now 6-0. Liberty, same thing, still in progress. Toledo Central Catholic, 4-0 as they defeat Fremont Ross 35-18. Hoban, no problem at all with Lake Catholic, 41-10. They win. And LaSalle improves to 4-2. Remember, they're a D2 team. That's an impressive win over a pretty good Archbishop Moeller team, 55-14. St. Xavier, top 5 team. They win. They beat Elder 31-17. We saw this one, Stowe, tied at 14 at the half with now 1-5. Twinsburg, 28 points in the second half unanswered. Bulldogs improved to 6-0. St. Ed's plays Naperville Central tomorrow, 4-1 on the year. They will face Naperville Central. Huber Heights Wayne, 5-1. No problem at all with Centerville. And as we told you earlier, Colerain, the number 1 team in our Super 25, stays a perfect 6-0. They are one of the top-ranked teams in the country by a lot of teams. Perfect 6-0 on the year.
How about Mason, by the way? They're now 4-2. They lost by 14 to Colerain, and they lost by 3 to Moeller. So that might be a pretty good football team.
Hanging.
I think Cincinnati LaSalle made quite a statement tonight with beating Moeller, not just beating Moeller, but beating Moeller the way that LaSalle did. Boy, Cincinnati teams are going to be tough for some of these Northeast Ohio teams to have to go through for a state championship chance.
Region 4 and Region 1. They're going to have to fight
brutal.
their way into the semifinals.
It's survive. And then, that's one of the things. Those 2 regions take a toll on you just to get out of them. And then, you face a team that hasn't had it as tough in the other 2 regions. Another important game or interesting final, St. Vincent St. Mary, which has struggled mightily, goes down to Steubenville and beats Big Red 15-7. Big win for Marcus Watley and the St. Vincent St. Mary Fighting Irish, previously unbeaten Steubenville team. So that pumps them right back up and has them thinking playoffs as they win that football game.
Still having trouble scoring points. But what's been incredible about that team is despite those struggles, they're finding ways to win some games. It's interesting. And to go to Steubenville and win a game 15-7.
That's not an easy place to win.
And there are always questions, too, guys, about how is a team going to respond. So St. Vincent St. Mary has the big rivalry game last week against Hoban. Doesn't go the way that the Irish wanted it to go. The struggles continued offensively.
Right.
They lose the trophy. How do you bounce back?
It's even worse than that, though. That's been 4 weeks since they scored an offensive touchdown.
Right.
And they go down to Steubenville and find a way to win. You know what? It's a heck of a job by a first-year head coach in Marcus Watley to get his guys believing and out and playing in a tough environment and coming away with a win.
Look, there are some Irish faithful that are probably going to be disappointed by the season overall, right? But if you're looking for something that you can grab onto, something that you can be excited about, beating Steubenville is no easy task for anybody, especially when you have to go to their place and do it. A big win for St. Vincent St. Mary, a big win for the program, big win for the fans. Really nice to see a team bounce back after losing to Hoban the way that they did last week.
We didn't have a chance to talk about Brecksville as much as we probably should have. Again, that's a team that was 5-0. They still don't have that signature win, but you have to be impressed. Things clearly were kind of so-so at halftime, and they come out big play offensively, and that's what they're going to need to do to be successful.
This is a team that's going to outscore you. That's how they're going to beat you. They need to get just enough from their defense. And if their defense can force some turnovers, like they did in this game, now the offense didn't capitalize tonight in that first half as much as you would like, but if their defense can just make a play here or there, or a couple plays here and there, and give that offense and that quarterback a chance to do some things, that's a quick strike offense, and that's how they're going to beat you.
And I think a mental hurdle and I think a confidence boost for the Bees because they were in the same situation last year against Nordonia, 5-0, Nordonia 2-3. They've got Nordonia at home. They don't win that game. And it leads to some struggles the rest of the way, something that they were not able to rebound from. So now they're in this situation again, maybe a bit of a trap game for them, something along those lines. They get tested by Nordonia again. Instead of folding, instead of doing what happened to them last year where they missed out on the playoffs, they respond, they get the big win, and now they've got a cushion going into the final 2 games. They've got more than that on the schedule, but of course the final two are the biggies.
Well, you know, we've talked a little bit about Brecksville. One guy that's pretty familiar with them right about now is Nordonia head coach Fox. We caught up with him.
Yeah, that's when we missed a lot of opportunities there. It was in the first half to lose the turnover battle that severely and to kind of let them off the hook when we were out playing them in a lot of phases there. That's a good football team. You can't give them that many opportunities, and they definitely took advantage in the second half. You have to give Brecksville a lot of credit. Yeah, it's disappointing. We were ready to play the second half, and it just didn't work out that way.
Defense played really well in the first half, especially only allowing them 7 points off those turnovers. What was different in the second half in terms of what they were able to do?
They made plays. That quarterback's very good. They hit us in the vertical game, and there was a couple coverage breakdowns, but at least 2 of those deep balls were their kids making spectacular plays in one-on-one situations. So you got to give credit to the Brecksville Bees as well.
The play of Anthony Perrine, just another monster game for him. What do you say about him at this point?
I just give him a hug after the game, because he's done absolutely everything for this football family over years for a long period of time, and he's continuing to do it this year. And you feel bad for a kid when he doesn't get rewarded with victories, when he's laid his heart and soul on the line for this Nordonia football family. But yeah, we're grateful that he's on our team, and he did a great job tonight, scrapping his way even down to the end, almost getting us back in the game.
That's all I need, Coach.
Well, that's Anthony Perrine is running back for the Nordonia Knights, a guy that was part of that team that went to the state finals a couple years ago. And it's tough sledding now. The Knights are 2-4, not something they're used to. Again, it's been a brutal schedule for them is part of the the reason.
That's what stands out. I mean, they've lost to Bedford. Bedford is 6-0. Hudson is 5-1. Stowe 6-0. They lost tonight to Brecksville 6-1. When they played 2, 3, and 3 teams, they've won those 2 games. Yeah. Their schedule lightens up a little bit. They have Cuyahoga Falls, North Royalton. Those are 1-5 teams. We saw Twinsburg's tough. They're 1-5. They're tough. But maybe they're going to have an opportunity to finish this season strong. But they certainly have been tested early on.
Dan mentioned it earlier, Brecksville, Broadview Heights. It's about that offense. One of the questions we had coming into tonight, guys, can Nordonia score enough? Score 35, usually you feel pretty good about your offense. Unfortunately, you're playing against a team in Brecksville, Broadview Heights, averages 40 per game so far this year for the Bees. So even when you score 35, it's still not enough.
Well, and again, you have a quarterback, Luke Sternad, and he's going to find a way to help his guys get the ball and make big plays. That's pretty much at any level of football. You do that, and that's what Coach alluded to. Some of them were coverages, but a couple of the big plays were the guys making plays, and that's what really good athletes do.
And when you have that connection between quarterbacks and wide receivers, that can be a game changer, because a quarterback knows that he can trust when he's got a one-on-one matchup. If he knows he can trust a wide receiver, I'm going to put this up there, and you're going to go beat that guy. It's a game changer.
I mean, Sternad's got back-to-back 300-yard passing games. I don't know what else you're supposed to do about that.
He had a 300-yard passing half with 3 touchdowns in the second half.
My goodness.
Oh, wow.
Let's change gears a little bit. The Super 25. Most impressive thing you saw on that?
Oh, man, most impressive thing I saw out of the Super 25. I mean, Solon was big.
Solon was big, obviously.
Yeah.
We've talked about that a lot. I'll say Cincinnati LaSalle. Moeller, beating Moeller 55-14. I mean, that was incredible. I think Mason validated the move up into the 25. A lot of people were wondering, okay, who is this team? Is it named after a person? Like, you know what I mean?
Who's Mason?
Right, exactly. So you have to play Coleraine. And yes, Mason lost because teams are going to lose against Coleraine. That's why they're number 1 in the area. But the fact that they only lost by 14, it validated them moving into the top 25, and it makes people say, okay, I'm going to look past that record and look at the caliber of the team.
And I think Xavier, too.
Oh, yeah.
That statement. I don't know if that's where you were going.
That's just, you think about it, and Xavier 3-2 on the year coming into that. The record doesn't tell you who they played, obviously, but when you beat a team like Elder, the way they beat them at Elder, that team is good, and that's going to grab the attention of people who have St. Xavier on their schedule coming up, that immediately says, pay attention because the Bombers are pretty good again.
I think another team that stands out to me all the time, but especially in this group, is Avon, right? All they do is win games and score a bunch of points. But then you kind of look at them and say, okay, it was Lakewood tonight, but they've beaten a team like Midview. They've beaten Avon Lake. So I wonder if we know how good Avon is yet. They're 16th coming into tonight. They're going to keep winning. They have a good chance to go 10-0. I wonder when we're going to get a sense of just how good Avon is. If they're play into December good, or if they play a couple weeks into November good.
And you know what? I bet you, if you could really get Mike Elder to be honest with you, he might not have a great handle on just how good that team is. They've certainly answered any challenge that's been put in front of them,
and that's all they can do.
Right. you can't go out and play some team that's not on your schedule who's really good. And that's kind of the interesting thing about high school football as you approach the playoffs. The other thing I will say is, Coleraine got pushed a little bit. It'll be interesting to see, that, and we touched on it a little bit, that Region 4, when you get into, St. Xavier, that could be a Coleraine first-round game potentially. You get into, Moeller struggled a little bit, but that's another team. I know they didn't play well. The outcome wasn't pretty against LaSalle. You don't want Moeller in the first round of the playoffs.
Right. Yeah, in Region 1 and Region 4, there's going to be a really good team, maybe a team at the top of these rankings that goes out week 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it's completely realistic that we lose a state championship caliber team in week 1 of the playoffs. I think that's how these two regions are playing out right now.
And who do we have to talk to get Jackson boosted up just a little bit more? Or maybe they're waiting to see how Jackson does against Canton McKinley next week.
Yeah, could be.
Maybe that's the litmus test, but beat Perry, beat Lake, beat Glen Oak in back-to-back weeks, and they're where? 20 what?
There's 21, was it? I think it's 21, yeah.
Number
21.
1 in Division 1, Region 1.
Yeah.
The biggest of the big. 21. We got to talk to some people about that.
Well, I mean, the flip side of it is, think about what could happen to Jackson. Jackson could end up being the top-ranked team in Division 1, Region 1.
Right.
And as their prize, they could get St. Ignatius.
They could, right.
Yeah, you've got...
Welcome to the playoffs. You get to play the team that's won the most state championships in OHSAA history. How do you like that?
Hey, but at least you get to host them,
Right?
right?
At least you have a bunch of fans. The other thing, not in the top 25, that stood out to me, Euclid being able to bounce back. An emotional game, obviously, an emotional night against Strongsville. But Euclid's another team that's in that playoff conversation towards the bottom of Division 1, Region 1.
Right.
And for them to go through everything that they went through this week leading up to the game against Strongsville, obviously it's bigger than football, but the community came together. And for them to win 41-0 and do it in the fashion that they did, honoring their fallen teammate, playing with 10 guys for the very first play, the kickoff, all of that kind of stuff, to be able to compartmentalize and come up with a big win, 41-0. Big win by the Panthers. Kudos to them.
Yeah, and of course, you're mentioning Andre Jackson, who is the Euclid player who passed away over the weekend from injuries sustained last week. Not much to say about it. I mean, it's tragic. I do know Jeff Rotsky pretty well. I knew him before he was Coach Rotsky. Grew up with him, and I know he has a son that's high school age, and I know he considers his players sons. So I know for certain it hit close to home for Coach Rotsky. So just happy that the Euclid community able to do that, the team able to get together, and well done Euclid Panthers, without question. As we look at this, it's kind of interesting the way that some of the teams that are struggling, and I'm speaking of Twinsburg, that game against Stowe is one that could pole vault that program. Young team has really gotten things together.
How do you build off that if you're Twinsburg?
Yeah.
As a coach, you got to have a good feel for your players and how they'll respond, because you played a great first half. and then you got beat up a little bit in the second half by a better team. So how do you get your team now to take that next step forward? Because every week you go out to win, but some weeks you're just not ready to win. So how do you teach these young guys how to take that next step? It's going to be interesting to see how they respond coming off of that game. If they view that as, okay, you played 24 good minutes, so that counts for something.
Yeah, without question. The one thing is if you're Coach Mike Bell, what you tell your Tigers is, guys, for one half of football, we hung with one of the top teams in the state, the team we're aspiring to be. We got to find a way to put that second half of football with the first half, and once we do, we're where we want to be as a program. We've got to step aside and take a quick time out. We will return to the Friday Night Huddle here on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com. They're in 621. Hey, can you speak in your microphone?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
They're actually 5-17.
Oh, see, I was one off.
No final.
Whoa! Pick North. 31-0.
Okay, come down.
I know.
Welcome back to Friday Night Huddle here on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com. Dan Lobby from cleveland.com, Chris Fedor from cleveland.com. I'm Dave Bacon. Guys, week 6 in the books pretty much. We've got some Saturday games. Let's take a look at the scoreboard as we can go through it as seen on cleveland.com. We'll check out the scores. And here we have it. Maple Heights, look at the Maple Heights team with a 30-27 win over Cleveland Heights, 3-point win for the Maple Heights team. 41-0, we mentioned Euclid. Take a look at Olmsted Falls. That looks like a basketball score.
75, huh?
75-38. Wow. Talk about points scored. Avon, as we touched on, 42-6. Solon, impressive, and they improved to 5-1 with a 37-8 win over Menor. Stowe Monroe Falls, game was tied at 14 with now 1-5 Twinsburg at halftime. 28 points in the second half, the difference as the Bulldogs win. Lorraine beats Shaw 27-7. Look at Wadsworth. Wadsworth 55-35. Thursday night live, we will have Wadsworth taking on Twinsburg on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, 7 o'clock kickoff. Ryan Kavanaugh and I'll have all the action. The Aurora team that we talked about, Bedford, all kinds of problems with Garfield Heights, 40-33. Bedford 6-0 on the year. You see, we've talked about Brecksville and Nordonia. Mayfield, a wild one with Brush as the Wildcats win it 45-41. Chardon stays unbeaten, 48-0, the Hilltoppers. An impressive win. Green and Ellett tied at 20. That's an interesting one. Hey, Riverside hanging tough. Madison 21-13. They beat Riverside. Willoughby South 45-19 lead. A couple of things that jump out about that. Bedford, a little bit of a struggle. They pushed really for the first time all year.
Yeah, and they had to score late to win that game. They were trailing, and they scored a touchdown late in the game to take the lead, and then had the 2-point conversion. So yeah, it's a feisty Garfield Heights team, I guess.
Seeing those teams that are 1, 2, 3 wins, no wins, they're pushing those unbeaten teams, saying, don't overlook us, because if you do, you're going to be sorry.
And there is certainly, you have to give credit to Garfield Heights the way that Garfield Heights played tonight, but I do think there is a little bit of maybe Bedford looking ahead at the schedule. Bedford in a position rarely in. They came into tonight 5-0, now they move to 6-0, and then next week they've got Cleveland Heights on the schedule. So a team in Bedford maybe thinking ahead a little bit to the Cleveland Heights showdown. You can't take anything away from Garfield Heights, and certainly for the Bearcats at this point in the season, it's all about just staying unbeaten, staying the course. Style points don't matter for them.
Absolutely not. Let's go back, take a look at some more scores on cleveland.com. Revere beats Kent Roosevelt. We've talked about Padua, an impressive win over Walsh Jesuit. Avon Lake beats Steele. Midview pushed a little bit. It was 21-14 at half. The Middies put together a couple of second half touchdowns, and Jason Hall's young team trying to put things together and get a W against a good program. Not quite there yet, but they'll get there. Firelands a shutout of Brookside. Clearview beats Oberlin. Cog Christian Valley Academy struggling against Tuslaw. Fairview a 6-0 lead on Brooklyn. Streetsboro and Field, take a look at that. 49-33. Holy Name 26-23 over Elyria Catholic. We saw the Benedictine final as Notre Dame Cathedral Latin lines up and tries a 60-yard field goal with time running out. We saw that here. It was blocked. Carter Wheelo gets a big win. Perry stays unbeaten on the season as they defeat Chagrin Falls 52-20. Southeast a 7-point win over Rootstown. Woodridge, an impressive win over Cloverleaf. Those Bulldogs are for real. Portage Trail Conference. Buckeye, no problem with Wellington. Ravenna and Coventry, a close one. Take a look at Geneva. 50 points on the board against Harvey. And how about those Hoban Knights? They just keep rolling.
Padua next week, that's an interesting matchup.
And there's the St. Vincent St. Mary. That one is impressive. That was actually a game at Steubenville where the Fighting Irish go down and win 15-7. That's an impressive win for the Fighting Irish.
The other thing that stands out to me, guys, is Wycliffe bouncing back, getting that 34-27 win against Orange. Look, things didn't go the way Wycliffe wanted last week against Perry. It was kind of a measuring stick. This is a program that's trying to turn things around, trying to be that team on the rise. Already 5 wins on the season after struggling last year, the year before. So they lose to Perry, get blown out by Perry, but able to bounce back, able to keep the big picture in mind and beat Orange 34-27. That may not seem like a ton because Orange is 3-3, but for a program like the Blue Devils, I think that's one that they can circle and say, that's how we want to respond when things don't go our way.
Yeah, without question, that's a huge win when you're trying to build a program and things don't go your way against an elite team like Perry. We've got a couple more scores. Let's take a look at. Again, as brought to us by cleveland.com. Berkshire 24-6 over Hawken. Cardinal, no problem with Fairport Harding. Fairless, a 20-7 win over Triway. Columbia, a nice win as Manchester beats Tuscaroras Valley. Warrensville Heights, no problem. Cuyahoga Heights, a team to keep an eye on.
We got Kirtland in week 9.
Yeah,
Circle that one.
Yep, those are two perennial playoff teams that like to do battle, both like to run the football a ton. There's Kirtland again. Impressed with the way Independence hung in there. That's a team under Coach Adams trying to build that program. How about Crestwood? Mogador don't lose too many regular season games. Crestwood beats Mogador 24-7. There's your Jackson team, 35-10. They beat Glen Oak.
I'm gonna buy you a mask.
I'm just saying.
I expect a polar bear head to be put on the. We gotta get you a polar bear head to wear here.
Undefeated, number 1 in Division I, Region 1, and they're 21st. Who's doing the voting? Cleveland.com. Oh wait, I'm sorry.
We're going to take your vote away.
That's right, exactly. Maybe, like I said, maybe they're just waiting for the McKinley game, and that will be the measuring stick. Maybe,
well,
possibly.
Who would have thought, McKinley would play the way they've played, given the way the season started against Hoban?
Yeah.
That was not a close game against Hoban, but, they respond with a win. Then they go into Hudson, fall down 16-0, and hang 54 on the board. And start 3 consecutive games of 50-plus points. So Bulldogs are for real.
You get a little momentum going week to week in high school football. It can carry you for a long time.
Yep, and the other thing is it's impressive when you start feeling like, okay, we've got this going. Their coach is in their second year, Dan Reardon, has won state championships at Youngstown Ursuline, and it looks like he's got that program on track the way he wants it.
Yeah, and they have the talent there. And we've talked about this a little bit. Sometimes you just have to remember who you are and kind of trust who you are a little bit. And maybe when you go to Hudson and you fall behind and you have to come back from that deficit against a really good team that always plays really good defense, that kind of teaches you a little bit. Okay, just trust what we're doing and trust who we are. Trust that we're a good football team.
Difference makers, athletes. It's funny, Dan DeGeorge, the head coach of Uniontown Lake, said before tonight's game, and Uniontown Lake only lost in double overtime. But Dan DeGeorge said they are way, way, way more athletic than we are at every spot. And I feel like Canton McKinley can probably go into a lot of games on Friday nights and Saturday afternoons feeling like the athleticism edge is going to be on their side.
Something that occurs to me as you look at Division I, Region I, the Federal League may not be getting the type of love they deserve, given. I'll just throw
I'm gonna buy you a shirt too.
I'm going to throw that out there for the commissioner of the Federal League, Chris Fedor.
I'm waiting for the tweets coming in right now. Call me traitor, something like that. You know what I mean? They're coming. I know they are.
Well, in fairness, the Federal League hasn't had a lot of success come playoff time, and that's probably one of the reasons for that. But you can't. Every year is different, and the Jackson team has certainly earned the right to say, "Hey, we're number 1 in Division I, Region I."
But I think you hit on it there with the whole playoff thing, because that's really where these big boys are going to be measured, and it's kind of like college football. For so long, the Big Ten was looked at as, okay. Ohio State wins in the playoff, they win a national championship, and the perception changes a little bit. So the playoffs, when you go up against teams like St. Ed's, when you go up against teams, St. Ignatius, those kinds of teams, Solon, that's where people are really going to give you that love that maybe you deserve during the regular season.
And you look at it, a couple of teams from Northeast Ohio that I think, really made some pretty significant statements. Solon. That win over a very good mentor program. And then Aurora, a 4-1 team that they had lost to last year on a Thursday night with the state watching, and they got after it in a hurry. I mean, they didn't wait. Opening kickoff, boom.
Yeah, we talked about it when we showed the highlight for that opening kickoff. Can they kind of snowball that into a big win? And they did.
The answer was
yes.
They
scored. They were up 22-0. Before it felt like before 7:30. So they just dominated that game, and they look like one of those classic Aurora football teams right now.
And it's funny, Dave, that you bring up Solon and Aurora in the same breath because every time Aurora wins in the fashion that Aurora wins, it just makes Solon that much more impressive because of what the Comets did to Aurora in week 1. 36-6 against Aurora? I mean, how does that happen? So it just goes to show how impressive the Comets are and continue to be.
And the other thing it does is, you know, you mentioned the Comets, so let's bring it full circle. The Stowe Bulldogs, a little bit of a struggle in the first half with Twinsburg, but the Stowe Bulldogs are the only team that's been able to beat the Solon Comets. We're running out of time here. Week 6 is in the books for Dan Lobby from cleveland.com, Chris Fedor from cleveland.com. I'm Dave Bacon. Stick around on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Varsity Blitz is coming up. Highlights from across the state. You can see how some of the teams in Columbus and Cincinnati did, as well as Northeast Ohio. We'll see you again next week, Friday nights, right here on the Friday Night Huddle on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com.